starting with the oral presentation session. Okay, so first I'd like to welcome our guest, our very renowned guest, that is Dr. Naresh Kumar. He's BNYS and MPH holder, research officer at JSS Institute of Naturopathy and Yoga. I welcome you, sir. Then we have with us is Hirdaram Salva ma'am. She's BNYS and MPH holder and presently scientist at Center of Chronic Disease Control, New Delhi. And she's also former research officer at NI. I welcome you, ma'am. Then we have with us is our third judge with us, that is Dr. Vikram Pai. He's the senior yoga and naturopathy physician, and presently he's working at AIIMS, Raipur. I welcome three of you, and we are glad that you are here with us for judging the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'd like to tell some ground rules for the presentations. The presentation will be for 10 minutes, out of which the presentator has to present for 8 minutes, and 2 minutes will be for asking the questions. And I would request everyone, please do not create any nuisance by switching on the video or audio. And I would like to also request that we'll be going line by line, so nobody has to present the screen in between. Now I would like to invite the first presentator for the day, Dr. Damodini. Yes, can we have? Yeah. So she'll be presenting on experts' opinion on yoga practices for mild depression. So I would request Dr. Damodini to present her screen.
Yes, ma'am, I will present. Is my screen visible, ma'am? Ma'am?
Dr. Damodini, please can you unmute yourself? Your voice is not audible.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Yes, ma'am. Shall I start my presentation, ma'am?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Damodini KS. I am a PhD scholar from Sri Ramchandra Medical College and Research Institute, Chennai, and studies expert opinion on yoga practices for mild depression. And WHO report says that the prevalence of depression is about 15 to 40% worldwide, and most of the individuals are affected with mixed anxiety and depression symptoms, which is the most prevalent and debilitating mental health disorder worldwide, and which is the leading cause of diseases who are even under the age of 45 years old. And up to 60% of the affected individuals shows reduction in their normal daily functioning because of the severity of the depression symptoms. On the other hand, yoga is a popularly well-known complementary therapy for treating mental health disorders, though it has been proved by its role in reducing stress, in reducing cortisol level, and in decreasing the neuroinflammation, and in maintaining autonomic function. There are very limited studies in developing a protocol for a particular mental health disorder. Developing a protocol for a particular disease will be beneficial for many yoga naturopathy clinicians who work in the Ayush clinics, and Tamil Nadu government has recently launched the International Yoga Naturopathy Medical Science Center at Shengalpet. So if a validated protocol is available, and this can be practiced by yoga naturopathy doctors in Tamil Nadu. Hence, we planned to conduct a study on protocol development for mild depression. And the aim of our study is to develop and validate yoga protocol for the patients with mild depression through expert opinion. And coming to the methodology, various yogic practices were selected based on the scientific literature. After that, a model yoga protocol was prepared under doctorate committee members. That is, our doctorate committee members has experts in the field of physiology, psychiatry, and yoga, and also in research. And after a model protocol is made, we have sent that yoga protocol to experts through mail, and 32 experts provided that opinion through Google Form. And after implementing the suggestions from the experts, the final yoga protocol for mild depression was prepared. And this is the yoga protocol which we have sent to the experts, and it has 25 yogic practices along, and also yogic counseling. And out of 32 experts, 7 experts are BNI graduates, and 1 is BNIs and PhD graduate, and 24 are BNIs and MD graduates. And majority of them accepted 14 practices. Out of 26, they have accepted 14 practices as essential. That is, that 14 practices are scored above 80%, and 12 practices are considered to be less essential or not necessary by the experts. Hence, we have included that 14 practices in our final protocol, and the 12 practices are removed from the protocol as per the expert's opinion. And these are the practices which we excluded from the protocol as per the suggestions from the experts. And this is the final protocol. This we finalized after obtaining experts' opinion, and it contains 14 practices, including yogic counseling. And the benefits, coming to the benefits of study, a yoga protocol for mild depression was prepared with the help of experts' opinion. And this expert opinion method is one of the approved methods for validating the protocol for interventions like yoga. Similar yoga protocols can be developed for conditions like moderate depression and anxiety depression. And we coming to future plans, we have planned to convert this yoga protocol into an e-module. That is, the video recording of this protocol will be made in 3 different languages. That is Hindi, English, and Tamil. And after that, we have planned to develop an app for easy accessibility of the prepared e-yoga module. This kind of app will be beneficial in a pandemic situation like COVID-19, where group gathering is not possible and the face-to-face interaction is not at all possible, either to teach yoga or to learn because of preventive measures like social distancing. Hence, we have planned this so that if we provide e-module yoga protocol in an e-module platform, the individuals can practice yoga themselves with less assistance. And this is the need of the hour. So we have planned this. And to assess the effectiveness of this validated yoga protocol, we will be conducting a randomized control trial, and it will be for a 3 years duration. And it is a DSP Satyam funded project, and I have joined as a JRF in this project. And this step is the initial step in our larger project. And I would like to thank DSP Satyam for financial support, and for all the experts I thank all the experts who gave their opinion in our protocol development. And I would like to thank Srihar and also Doctor Committee for guiding me throughout this process. And I thank ICWH 2021 members and for selecting my abstract and giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my study. Thank you.
Thank you, Damodini. Yeah, I would like to ask to judges if they have any questions to Damodini.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Damodini.
Kindly, ma'am, are you having any questions to Damodini?
Yeah, I think Dr. Naresh is asking already. Maybe he can continue.
Yeah. Yeah, fine. Dr. Damodini, you said this is the part of the protocol development, which for the project you are working on, right? So
Yes,
can
sir.
you explain more about the analysis process for selecting those 14 practices out of 26? So did you use any statistical analysis or something? Scores, CDR or something? Or directly you just took the maximum number of essential things and included in your final?
Yes, sir. Practices which scored above 80% of essential mark that we have included, sir. Only those
Okay.
practices we have included, sir.
Okay. So usually there is some score available, CVR score. Okay, so you can use that also. Okay, for selecting these practices. Usually we call it as content validation ratio. Okay, you may use that also. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, fine. Then, so better if you would have added some sort of references for selecting some from where you got selection of these articles, and all those things will be an added advantage in your presentation.
Yes, sir. Sir, I missed to add the references.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Fine. Fine then. That's it from my side. Dr. Heindevi, you can. Thank you.
Yeah, I have no questions. You can continue.
Yes, fine. You can move.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
How about Dr. Vikram?
It was a very good presentation. No questions.
Okay, great. Then I'd like to invite Dr. Purnima for the presentation. She will be presenting on the topic sauna bath reduces blood pressure in the healthy adult volunteer diagnosis. I would like to, yeah, Dr. Purnima is here with us. Purnima.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes,
Ma'am?
it is. Yes, it is.
Yes. Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes.
A very good morning to one and all present here. This is Purnima doing final year BNYS in Government Yoga and Naturopathy Medical College, Chennai. Here to present my study titled Sauna Bath Reduces Blood Pressure in Healthy Adult Volunteer, a meta-analysis. So we know that hypertension is the most common cause of cardiovascular diseases and premature death. World Health Organization statistics revealed that approximately 1.13 billion of people are hypertensive worldwide. Even the Sustainable Developmental Goals of World Health Organization is directed towards reducing the burden of non-communicable diseases. Therefore, the need of the hour is the effective use of integrative approach. Sauna bath, hydrotherapy treatment in which an individual is exposed to wet or dry each session is gaining attention recent days. There are several studies showing the importance of sauna bath, like it reduces the atrial hypertension and improves the cardiovascular function. But there is no study exploring the effect of sauna bath on healthy adult volunteers. Therefore, the main objective of the present meta-analysis is to evaluate whether sauna bath will reduce the risk of hypertension and cardiovascular disease in healthy adult volunteers. So moving to the methodology, we have used PRISMA guidelines, which is preferred reporting items for systematic review and meta-analysis. So the search strategy is made in Scopus, Cochrane, Medline, PubMed between 1975 to 2021 for all the studies showing the effect of sauna bath on healthy adult volunteers. We have identified 933 records, out of which after duplication, we have removed 925 records, 8 records has been assessed, and finally, we have excluded 2 records since their data is not available. So finally, we have included 6 studies for this meta-analysis. So the studies which has met the PICO criteria is included in this meta-analysis. Population is healthy adult volunteers, Intervention is Sonabath, either for a single session or under intervals. Control group has no intervention. Outcome as blood pressure. Study design was randomized crossover trial and experimental studies. So the data extraction is done by 2 independent authors. The informations like first author, year of publication, study design, participant characteristics, intervention, and outcome has been recorded. So moving to the statistical analysis, we have done statistical analysis on our software version 4.2 using a metaphor package. Standardized mean difference with 95% of confidence interval is calculated between the experimental and control group. Chi-square statistics is used to analyze the statistical heterogeneity. We have rejected the null hypothesis on the basis of standard mean difference is equal to 0 and the statistical significance is less than 0.05. So these are the characteristics of included tables. Out of the 6 studies, 2 studies is done in Japan, 2 studies in Poland, and rest in Finland and Canada. There are 2 randomized crossover trial and 4 experimental studies. So we have included 76 healthy adult participants. The maximum sample size is 21 and the minimum sample size is 6. Age may vary between 19 to 76 years. Intervention is Sonabath. It can be a dry or a wet Sonabath. Duration may vary between 10 minutes to 1 hour. Finding was blood pressure. So out of the 6 studies, 2 studies showed a decrease in the systolic blood pressure. Other 2 studies showed a considerable decrease in diastolic blood pressure. Rest of the 2 studies, 1 study concluded that there is no change in the blood pressure, while the other study stated that there is a slight increase in both systolic and diastolic blood pressure after the intervention. So moving to the results, this is the forest plot of systolic blood pressure. Here, the standardized mean difference is 0.23, which shows that the pooled effect of systolic blood pressure does not favor Sonabathing. So here we could see the heterogeneity of 83%, which so that we have used random effect model. Heterogeneity may be caused due to the age variation, different types of Sonabath, duration, and there are several other factors. So this is the result of diastolic blood pressure, which is depicted in the forest plot of diastolic blood pressure. Here the standard mean difference is 1.01, which shows that the pooled effect of diastolic blood pressure favors Sonabathing. Here also the heterogeneity is greater than 50%, that is 83. So we have used random effect model over here. So added to this, we have also done subgroup analysis based on duration and frequency of Sonabathing. In duration, we have divided into less than 30 minutes and greater than 30 minutes. In frequency, we have divided into short-term application and long-term application. So as I already said, in the forest plot, there is no changes in systolic blood pressure. The same is being confirmed in the subgroup analysis also. But you could see in the diastolic blood pressure, there is a greater mean difference when the individual is exposed to Sonabath for less than 30 minutes of duration and for short-term application. So which is being highlighted over here. So this is the funnel plot for systolic blood pressure, and the funnel plot on the right side shows for diastolic blood pressure. Here you could see that the symmetry of funnel plot is unsatisfactory. So there is some publication bias. Added to this, we have used Edgar-Beck statistical test to signify it. So from all these slides, I could able to say you that this is the first ever meta-analysis to be done on healthy adult volunteers to show the effect of Sonabath on blood pressure. The possible mechanism would be the improvement in the vascular endothelial function, thereby reducing the risk of cardiovascular disease and its complication. So from this meta-analysis, it is very clear that diastolic blood pressure decreases effectively after Sonabathing, but systolic blood pressure remains unchanged. Subgroup analysis done with duration and frequency also confirms the same. So considering the duration and frequency less than 30 minutes and short-term application of Sonabath is most effective in reducing the diastolic blood pressure. The only limitation of our study is we have included both randomized crossover study and experimental study, since there is very less number of randomized control study available for Sonabath. on normotensin individuals. So I would like to conclude that sauna bath can be used as a primary prevention tool for hypertension. It can be a promising intervention for reducing the incidence of hypertension. Thereby, it will help us to attain the sustainable developmental goals of World Health Organization, ensuring people to enjoy health and universal coverage of health. These are my references. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, it is very good to see an meta-analysis from our BNYS fraternity. So I have just few questions. First of all, I appreciate to do a meta-analysis in a particular topic. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Do you register this meta-analysis or systematic review in Prospero or Cochrane somewhere?
No, sir.
Okay. So you can register that also if you are very confident in the methodology which you have adopted. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Maybe you would have just found only 6 studies, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
usually meta-analysis, no, will be done with similar type of studies. Okay. So you can just see, I think 4 randomized trial and 2 experimental studies, right? So
there is no study available, sir. So only we took randomized crossover trial and experimental studies, sir.
Yeah. But usually meta-analysis, they will do the same type of study design and all those things. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So you can first do a systematic review. Okay, and then do a meta-analysis. If you found similar type of studies, then only they will go for a meta-analysis. Okay. So
okay,
you can present it as systematic review also because you adapted in protocol. Okay. So if you are very confident in choosing what search strategies you used, okay, so you can register in Prospero and then you can publish it also as a systematic review. And if you are very confident to do a statistical analysis of similar studies, similar methodology, okay,
okay, sir.
so then you can. So did you find out any effect size in this statistical analysis in
no,
the papers? Effect size?
No, sir. There is no effect size mentioned in any of these papers, sir.
See, actually, meta-analysis is it shows an highest level of evidence. So you should the paper should show the effect size, okay, to calculate the meta-analysis. Okay, better you can make it as a systematic review, and later if you found any statistical coherence in all the papers, then you can go for meta-analysis. So what I'm trying to say is that make it as a systematic review.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
If you found any similar articles which shows effect size in their final production, okay, pre and post intervention or sonaba, then you can go for meta-analysis. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good presentation, Dr. Purnima.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I have no questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Haindevi and Dr. Naresh and Dr. Purnima on that good presentation. So now I would like to invite Dr. Deen Dayalan to share his screen and start the presentation. So he'll be presenting on effect of massage on blood pressure in patients with hypertension. Again, it is a meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials.
So my screen is visible?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
So next is Dr. Anu. Please be prepared. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. This is Dr. B. Deena Dayalan, PG Scholar, Department of Naturopathy from Government Yoga Natural Medical College, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Here to present my topic, effect of massage on blood pressure in patient with hypertension, a systematic review and meta-analysis. As we know, hypertension or elevated blood pressure is a major risk factor for cardiovascular mortality, morbidity, and also multi-organ failure. Around 1.15 billion of people have hypertension worldwide. For the successful management of hypertension, combination of complementary and alternative therapy with medical intervention are recommended. There are many CAM therapies as a role in reducing blood pressure, such as yoga, acupuncture, massage, hydrotherapy, and diet therapy, etc. In specific, massage therapy has a positive effect on reducing blood pressure. Previous meta-analysis has been done for impact of massage therapy in reduction of blood pressure with pre-hypertension and hypertension together. There is no literature or study hypertension, meta-analysis conducted on hypertension alone. So we aimed to evaluate the effect of massage on blood pressure in patients with hypertension. In methodology part, we done literature search by using the electronic databases such as PubMed, Scopus, Cochrane up to March 2021. And also we followed PRISMA guidelines and PICO criteria. Participants were both male and female diagnosed with primary hypertension. Intervention is any kind of massage. Control group, either no intervention or usual care. Outcome is blood pressure. And we identified totally 3,924 studies. After removing duplicates, we got 229. After screening, we assessed full text articles, number 15. Finally, we included 6 studies for the meta-analysis. 3 researchers independently obtained data from above included studies, such as first author, year of publication, study period, study design, massage characteristics such as type of massage, duration, frequency, and outcome. In statistical analysis, we conducted in R software version 4.0.2, and we found effect size with 95% of confident interval was calculated between the experimental and control group at post-treatment. I-square statistic was used to analyze statistical heterogeneity between the studies by using Q statistical software. This table shows the characteristics of included study. Out of 6 studies, 2 from USA, 2 from Iran, 2 from India. 3 studies are randomized control trials and 3 are experimental study design. And included participants age group between 30 to 70 years. All study reported a reduction in blood pressure after the intervention. This is the forest plot for systolic blood pressure. This shows effectiveness of massage on blood pressure. We got overall large effect size, that is minus 1.71 with 95% of confident interval and considerable heterogeneity. Due to this high level of heterogeneity, we used random effect model for meta-analysis. And this is forest plot for diastolic blood pressure. This shows effectiveness of blood pressure massage on diastolic blood pressure. We got overall moderate effect size, that is minus 0.68 with considerable heterogeneity. Here also we used random effect model for meta-analysis because of high level of heterogeneity. And we also done subgroup analysis with the duration and frequency. Application of massage less than 30 minutes has higher mean difference in both systolic and diastolic blood pressure, whereas frequency, long-term application of massage has the higher mean difference in systolic blood pressure. Short-term application of massage shows higher mean difference in diastolic blood pressure. This is the funnel plot. Asymmetry of funnel plot signifies that studies may have certain publication biases. Based on a result we have obtained, massage therapy was associated with significant role in reduction of blood pressure in patients with hypertension. In subgroup analysis, massage with a duration of less than 30 minutes on long term has the effect in systolic blood pressure reduction, whereas less than 30 minutes on short term massage application shows the reduction in diastolic blood pressure. We also done sensitivity analysis which showed no much difference in fold effect size. And this is the only study which evaluated the effect of massage therapy on hypertension patient alone. Inclusion of both randomized control trials and experimental study is the only limitation. Moving forward, researchers may wish to design more randomized control trials, well-defined treatment protocol tailored to the hypertension patient alone. Finally, this systematic review and meta-analysis demonstrated that massage intervention can be advised for effective blood pressure management in patients with hypertension. While the literature is small and still emerging, so we need further large prospective studies with long follow-up to verify the findings from this meta-analysis. These are the reference. Thank you.
Open for questions, Dr. Naresh and Dr. Andy.
That was good, Dr. Dayalan. So can you show that PICO methodology?
Yes, sir.
Population intervention. Yeah, so actually here population is fine. Intervention, actually randomized control trial will use some sort of specific interventions. So massage here it is a very broad term. Okay, it may be head massage, full body massage, anything, any type of massage you include, but any type of massage will have different effect. Okay, so
Okay,
you may be shorten your intervention to specific type of massage, maybe.
Okay, sir.
That can be, and then control. Okay, fine. And then in your that list of 6 studies you showed, no? Yeah. So here also you are unclear what type of massage you are they gave. So nearly only 2 had been given Swedish massager reporting the intervention is not clear. So if the intervention is not clear, you can't able to compare these studies for meta-analysis. Okay. So some what is it? Though I understand that there are very limited papers in this area.
Yes, sir.
But with these things, no, you can't conclude massage can be given for hypertension. But in fact, your conclusion says that one. So some sort of methodological issues you have to, or you can still search more papers in this area. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Again,
Okay.
you can okay, first you can do a systematic review and then go for meta analysis. That's what the same thing which I showed. Because,
Okay, sir. I understood.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And then conclusion also. So we can't conclusively say okay, massage can be given. And then long term, short term also you mentioned frequencies. So long term means how much it is 30 days, 40 days, or daily. Short term. Okay, so there are some issues in finalizing your conclusion, especially. Okay. So that is the thing I want to say. And then age variation is also very huge in the studies. Okay.
Between 30 to 70.
Yeah, that is a very big gap.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I want. The effect of massaging. You can select participants with age group also. Okay.
Okay.
So do you want to say the person 30 in the sense the person or maybe early diagnosed with hypertension, they are taking the massage. Okay, 70 may be chronic. Okay. So there may be different sort of selecting the paper. Some methodological issues. If you can focus, then it will be a good
Okay, sir.
paper. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Dean Dayalan.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, can you just highlight what kind of papers did you exclude from your study?
Already two papers. One is systematic review conducted on normotensive people, and another one is both combined pre-hypertension and hypertension paper. Then 5 papers, poor methodology. They didn't done proper sample like that issue. One study is in pre-test and post-test study dates, and one paper conducted on secondary hypertension.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Dean Dayalan. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Anup with his presentation. And please keep your video on so that it will get better impact. Dr. Anup?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Today, I'm going to present my research study, Effect of Nadi Shodhana Pranayama on Cognitive Function among Healthy Individuals. So, you all know that.
Can you go for the slideshow, please? Slideshow.
And possible participants can switch on their video.
Yeah, please switch on your video, please.
Sir, network issues is there.
Okay, fine.
Fine.
So, introduction, the word yoga comes from the Sanskrit use, which means union. In the spiritual sense, yoga means union of the mind with the divine intelligence of the universe. So, all know that yoga and yoga, Ashtanga yoga, the fourth limb is pranayama. So, pranayama, different type of pranayama is there. According to that, I select the Nadi Shuddhi pranayama because alternate nostril breathing. So, the cognition is the general term used to denote the thinking and many other aspects of our higher mental processes. Cognitive processes are the mental process involved in knowing about the world. As such, they are important in perception, attention, thinking, problem solving, and decision making, and memory in the short, all aspects of the human mind. My study aim and objectives. The study was to assess the effect of Nadi Shodhana Pranayama on cognitive function among healthy individuals. The objective is to evaluate the effect of Nadi Shodhana Pranayama on attention, visual search, mental speed, mental flexibility, and immediate verbal recall, and working memory also. Methods and materials. Methods, I used a randomizer control design. In that, I screened for 100 eligible subjects. After meeting inclusion and exclusion criteria, 60 healthy individuals will be selected randomly divided into 2 groups. The study group 30 and control group 30. For both the group, free assessment will be recorded. The study group will practice Nadi Shodhana Pranayama 15 minutes per section. 6 days per week for the duration of 8 weeks. Control group will observe it without any pranayama intervention. So the post assessment will be recorded immediately after 8 weeks of the intervention for the study and control group. Signed in informed consent prepared in the English and the local language will be obtained from the every participant after appraisal about the study protocol. The study was conducted in Alvas College of Homeopathy, and the ethical clearance is obtained from the institutional ethical committee. Diagnostic criteria. Since the study involves normal healthy subjects, no diagnostic criteria will be applicable to the present study. Inclusion criteria is made both genders, male and female. Age group between 18 to 26 years will be enrolled for the study. Exclusion criteria: students taking medication, psychiatric drugs, and alcohol or tobacco in the form of the spinal deformities, and those who are regularly practice Nadi Shodhana from the past 6 months. Assessment. The data extraction was done at the baseline and post intervention after 8 weeks from the subject, for which assessment under the following tool was done. Then the subject were recorded for the following assessment as per the standard operating procedure before and after intervention of the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Assessment were done for the 6-letter cancellation test, mainly used for the executive attention and focused attention, visual scanning. Next parameter is trial making test A and B, mainly used for the mental flexibility and speed work. Next, I used the span test, backward and forward digit span test, for the immediate verbal recall and working memory, attention equality also. Finally, the result assessment were formed at baseline and immediate after the practice of the 15 minutes of the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama for the experimental group and the control group performed simply sitting. The data was tested for the normality using Shapiro-Wilks test. Within the group, comparison were made using paired test, and between the group, comparison were made using independent sample t-test. Within the group, comparison for the study group showed a significant improvement in the 6-letter cancellation test, p-value 0.028, and digit span forward, p-value 0.005. Interestingly, there was a significant reduction in the digit span backward, p-value almost 0.005. In the control group, between this group, comparison showed a significant improvement in the digit span forward test following the intervention, p-value 0.003. So finally, I conclude that Nadi Shodhana Pranayama practice is beneficial for improving cognitive function. Hence, the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama can be prescribed as an effective modality to improve attention manipulation in the auditory working memory. For example, the short-term memory further research with a large sample size and the duration warranted to reveal the accurate changes in the field. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Anuj. Let's go to 3 things I want to just need a clarification regarding that. So you used a randomized control trial, right? Study method. So do you follow it? Do you have any protocol for RCT?
Sir?
Protocol, methodological protocol you prepared for this RCT. Usually RCTs will have some sort of protocol, methodological protocol, how the study flow can be.
So based on the exclusion inclusion criteria, I made this 2 group, study group and control group.
Hello?
Can you just show your inclusion and exclusion criteria? And your voice is not that clear. Maybe you need to increase your volume.
Okay. So inclusion criteria, I made both male and female.
Yeah,
Age
sure.
between the 18 to
Yeah, please, you can
60
show
years.
it, no, in your PPT.
Okay.
Share your PPT.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. If you're facing difficulty, then okay, fine. So we can just explain the process of randomization, because in RCT, randomization is the heart of the study, right? You just tell me the random process of randomization. And then other thing in statistical analysis also, I found you made analysis for testing, what is it?
Statistical analysis, I used IBM
Yeah.
SPSS.
No, the analysis test which you used, you used for measuring the normality or distribution, okay?
Yes.
So, but the next analysis, we may use some different thing, because that thing you showed, no, that is for normal testing, okay? Chapeau will test.
Yes.
That is for normality test for comparing both groups and asking any test you use.
Are we asking some questions, Dr. Anjali?
Yes, Dr. Anup, you said you got ethical clearance for the study, right?
Yes.
How did the ethical committee react for not giving any kind of intervention or not keeping the control group waitlisted for this particular study?
Ma'am, control group actually they are not doing anything, because there's a healthy individuals I chose for the study. I just want to know that within the 4 week duration, 2 month duration, how much changes it's happening in the cognitive function while practicing the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. So ethical clearance from the institutional base I got.
Sorry, how many days did you give the intervention?
8 week, ma'am.
8 weeks.
Weekly 1 week 6 days I practice means I give Nadi Shodhana in 15 minutes.
Okay, so the duration of intervention was for 8 weeks, whereas in your analysis part, you have showed it as you have taken the post readings within 15 minutes of intervention.
15 minutes as the duration, I mean that per day experiment, I mean assessment, ma'am.
Everyday assessment. Are you sure? If you are assessed every day, all
yes,
your cancellation tests and all those things.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then an intervention, this assessment would be a very large process, I think. So then the analysis part, if you are collecting the data daily, no?
Yes, sir.
So
can you share your screen, Dr.
Sir.
Can you share your screen, please, and show the analysis part?
Can you explain it?
Sir?
Hello? Could you please explain?
Yes.
Because within group comparisons and all, you might have used some different statistical methods, ANOVA and so on. Yeah. So because if that protocol is clear, so that's what I asked protocol. So when you assessment has been done on daily basis or before after study, sorry, before and after the intervention, these things are not very much clear. So if you add on protocol, then it will be very clear.
Sir, sorry, sir, I am not clear.
Yeah,
No.
I think a lot of things are not clear in your study. One thing, if you have given 8 weeks of intervention, I don't know, based on your inclusion and criteria, who are your participants and how did they agree without giving an intervention to give readings, assessment every day for 8 weeks? Ethically, I feel that is completely wrong.
See, ma'am, I can show you that assessment part. So already in the assessment, but randomized control study design, I used 100 eligible subjects. After that, inclusion criteria, exclusion criteria, I made 60 healthy individuals I selected, and the 30 group will go for the study group, and 30 group for the control group.
Yeah.
And then
sorry, who are the participants actually? Who are the subjects? Where you selected the subjects? Place of location of selection of subjects?
Alvas College of Homeopathy, sir.
Okay, so all are students.
All are students.
Okay.
18 to 26 age groups.
Okay.
So actually, when you do a randomized control trial, there is a consort guideline which need to be presented, which will give a clear-cut idea to the reviewers on what you have done. So these many questions can be avoided if you put that consort chart on, and also the randomization technique which you are used, or is there any blinding followed, and whether you were blinded, that is also not mentioned. So RCTs are considered to be the highest methodologically rigorous work, and there are a lot of loopholes as they have just told. So though it is a very good study, the presentation where like you have not used that consort, which is very mandatory for reporting clinical trials. And also it is, have you registered this in CTRI or somewhere, any clinical trial registries?
Yeah, university level I just.
Okay, so that also need to be mentioned, your CTRI number, as well as the ethics committee approval, that references also should be needed whenever you are doing a randomized control trial.
Okay,
like
sir.
The previous two studies were secondary studies. This is a primary clinical trial. So that all carries some, how to say, merits when you present. Yeah. Over to you, both reviewers.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
I have that all the ethical elements and everything.
Yes, fine, Pratik. I think Dr. Anu.
Yes, sir.
So right now you can't be able to put all those things now. Anyway, it is fine, but please take into consideration all the points I mentioned. Okay, and Dr. Pratik and Dr. Handavi, so because RCTs are considered as an highest level of evidence, and it should be very clear. Methodologically, it should be somewhat strong. Okay.
Okay,
so
sir,
you can follow that consort guidelines also. So that's
okay,
what I asked for you, the protocol and the study flowchart. Okay, fine with me then. Dr. Handavi, you can.
That's it from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anu. Please take it as a constructive feedback.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, now I would like to welcome Dr. Sucheta to present.
Yeah, am I audible, Dr. Pradeep? Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Okay. So thank you for giving me the chance to present the research subject. So today I'll be talking about my research subject, that is role of yoga and naturopathy-based life interventions in treating rheumatoid arthritis, which is a case report. The study has been done in the Sant Hirdaram Medical College of, Sant Hirdaram Nature Care Yoga and Nature Care Hospital. So talking about RA, RA is a chronic inflammatory disease which causes inflammation of joints and causes socio-economic, psychosocial burden on a person and can lead to the inflammation, pain, stiffness, and fatigue, and the symptoms, and also the subjective complaints. So these factors will contribute to the functional limitation, will cause the disability in the person, and obviously the reduced quality of life. So I'll now present my patient. She's a 30-year-old female. She came to us with a complaint of stiffness and pain, and also the deformity of joints. She got RA. She got diagnosed with RA just after the delivery. She had a constant complaint of fatigue and joint pain. So she got the test done under some rheumatologist and got the RA diagnosed. She has weight 30 kg weight. Before she had come here, she had 27 kg weight, and then she changed her diet regimen by herself, and then she came with the 30 kg weight. So the main chief complaint was the morning stiffness and fatigue, the pain in the joints. She was not even able to get up, not even able to walk for a few meters, and she used to sit for 2 minutes, and then again she used to get up and walk. So she had constant complaint of this. Also, she had ulnar deviation and swan neck deformity in the hands. The most important thing which bothered her was the subjective complaints. She was not able to she was not able to get up by herself. She always needed support of a table or some person. She had a low confidence. She took so much effort to do anything like basic activities like dressing up and washing clothes, even lifting her baby, which was the main subjective complaint for her, that she was not able to do. And on the visual analog scale, we reported her pain to be 8 on 10, and during the period of morning stiffness, the pain was rated as 9. Yeah, and also I would like to add that the gait was really slow, and the stiffness, and because of the stiffness, she could not, the ROM has reduced markedly. Then coming to the materials and method so the clinical diagnosis was done. The weight was checked. The stiffness and the gait analysis was done. In the laboratory diagnosis, we went for ESR, NT-CCP, RA factor, and the hemoglobin investigation. And in the instrumental diagnosis, we referred rheumatoid arthritis quality of life questionnaire and the visual analog scale. And she stayed here with us for 3 months, and the diet was the anti-inflammatory diet was given. Also the period of also the twice she went for fasting. So the intermittent fasting basically was administered to her. Also, when she came here, we administered acupuncture to her. Western acupuncture was given for 10 days. Then Potli massage on the stiff joints was given for 10 days. And then she continued with the naturopathy treatments. And physiotherapy treatment was given since she stayed with us for 3 months. So physiotherapy we started a little late. Then she continued the physiotherapy for 34 days, in which the moist heat treatment and the other body exercises were given. So first she was first there were passive exercises, passive and the active exercises, both were administered. In the yoga intervention, she was not able to do the asanas and everything. So we focused on pranayam. She used to do Anulom Vilom for 15 minutes daily, and loosening exercises and simple stretching exercises were recommended to her. So in naturopathy treatments, since she had swelling on knees and elbows, so alternate compress was given. Then steam bath was administered. To her. Then full body massage was given 4 times in a week. So I've also listed the frequency of the treatment in a week. Then leg pack was given, abdomen pack. Hot foot and arm bath was given almost 5 times in a week. Hip bath was administered in a week at least 2 times. And it was administered little late when she started getting up by herself, when she started showing the improvement. Then the hip bath was administered for 2 times in a week. Enema was also given for 2 times in a week, and Vex was applied to small joints through 7 times. Daily the Vex was applied to her small joints. So this is the timeline. So 10th January, she got admission here, and the baseline data was taken. On 16th Feb, we repeated the data analysis, we repeated the tests and everything, and this was taken during the stay. And 28th March, she got discharged from here, and the 12th May, we had got the follow-up done. So here are the results. So she was emaciated. So the weight here was 30 kg, and because of diet and every other intervention we had done, her weight improved to 31.5 kg. And now, when we inquired and when we had done the follow-up, the weight is 35 kg now. So the weight has shown great improvement. Also, the patient has reported improvement in the gait. First, when she came here, she was unable to even walk for a few meters. But when she was leaving from here, so she used to walk for 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, go to a market and do some things. So she had so the improvement in the gait and the subjective complaints were seen. Also, the stiffness had improved. She was able to move her hands. She was able to lift the object. She was no much effort was taken to do basic work. She was able to dress up properly. Then was considering the visual analog scale, so the pain has remarkably reduced to 2, and started with the when we started here with the baseline 8. Then we also had we used RA questionnaire, RA quality of life questionnaire, in which which determines the quality of living of a person with RA, which determines how much he or she is having the subjective complaints. So when we got this questionnaire done, so the 28 was the score at the baseline when she entered here, but now the score is reduced to 2. The remarkable improvement has been seen, and the quality of life according to her has definitely improved. She was frustrated every time when she came here and had some anger issues, had low confidence. She did not meet with many people, but now she's having good quality of life. And for her, the lifting a baby up and dressing herself, cooking is now possible for her. So the quality of life has definitely shown a good improvement. Then coming to the laboratory diagnosis, the hemoglobin when she came here was 9, and then during the stay it was 10.1, and when she has returned back, the hemoglobin is 9.8. So we need to definitely look into this parameter. And ESR, so ESR was 80 when she came here, and now it's 28 when we got the follow-up done. RF factor is also reduced from 81.5 to 65. This is gradually reducing. And also the NT-CCP, it was 410 when she came here, and now it has reduced gradually to 198. So these are the pictures on the first day of admission. We can appreciate the ulnar deviation and swan neck deformity during the stay and then the follow-up. The joint structure and stiffness have definitely shown the remarkable improvement. So after considering these variables, after considering the subjective experience of the female patient, we can see that the yoga and naturopathy based lifestyle interventions are highly useful for treating the case of RA and can bring the beautiful results in the case of RA. And the strength of this case study is the same, that it gives us the base for making more researches of yoga and yoga and naturopathy based lifestyle interventions on RA. So the limitations here I can iterate is it's a single case study, so we need to do it on a larger scale so as to warrant it. Then video documentation should have been added so as to mark the improvement, mark the prognosis of a patient, and also the inflammatory markers other than CRP could have been used. So my case report suggests that the yoga and naturopathy based life interventions are well tolerated, are well accepted by a patient of RA, and it is safe and beneficial intervention for bringing out the results in the case of RA. Hence, the only thing to be done is that this large scale study should be done and the more subjects should have been taken into account. Thank you.
Open for questions, Dr. Naresh.
I have a question.
Yes.
Whether the follow-up visit was telephonic or she appeared physically?
No, it was telephonic, sir. Because of this condition, she cannot appear. She's from
What about
Himachal side.
lab results? The tests. She got it done from her own home, some other lab.
No, yes, sir. She got it from done from the Lal pathology lab. We recommended her a lab, so she got that done it from there.
Since the labs are different from the first and the last test, so there might be a mild bit.
Yeah, sir.
Everything was good. Just wanted to.
Thank you.
You can mention that in your somewhere.
Sure, sir. Sure. I'll do so.
Follow-up was conducted.
Okay, great. I'll do so.
Yeah, Dr. Sucheta.
Yes, ma'am.
Good presentation. I just want to know what is the rationale behind selecting those naturopathy interventions, and also it's like what all treatments the patient could follow post discharge.
Okay, so the rationale behind selecting these interventions were, first thing, we have introduced these interventions very gradually and slowly to her because she was not actually mentally prepared for the intervention. So we had done it very slowly, and the rationale behind it was to reduce the swelling, to reduce the stiffness and the pain which she was facing since 4 years. And the follow-up treatments which we have recommended her is the hot fermentation, and obviously the most important, the exercises. We have recommended her to do it on daily basis so as to avoid the stiffness and the pain. Also, the dietary interventions have been recommended to her.
Okay, thank you. Maybe if you can report that also.
Sure. Yes.
I also thought of that reporting the treatment protocol. Okay,
yeah.
That is one thing.
Okay.
Everything is in structure. It is fine.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
And other thing I want to say is that hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm listening, sir.
Yeah. Some ethical statement about this case report might be some added advantage.
Okay, sir. Okay. I'll do that, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay. So next we will have Dr. Santosh John will be presenting on nutritional ketosis and oxygenation, promising grounds for cancer treatment by systematic review. Dr. Santosh John, please switch on your camera and share your screen. So next we will have Dr. Santosh John.
Sir, my screen is visible now?
Yes, it is. Screen is not visible. We can see you. Your video is there. Are you able to share your screen?
Yeah, I have given a screen. 1 minute. Is it okay now, sir?
Yes, it is. Please and go for slideshow and we can start.
Yeah.
It's perfect. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon, judges and delegates. I am Dr. Santosh John, working as an IS medical officer. My study is a review study with the articles. Actually, I have collected with in a search the online scientific database without any specific criteria to come to a conclusion that a combination of nutritional ketosis and oxygenation can be a promising ground for cancer treatment. Cancer is actually a multifactorial disease where various types of cancers exhibit varying mechanism and cellular defects. However, there are two phenomena which is common to almost all cancer cells, cancer types. One is hypoxia and another one is increased glucose metabolism. So the upregulated glucose metabolism has been demonstrated in 1930 by Otto Warburg that the cancer cells express high rates of fermentation, so it rely heavily on glucose for energy. This includes actually this process includes mitochondrial defects, overexpression of genes of glycolysis, and oncogenic mutations. This is actually confirmed by PET scan. We use as a diagnostic tool to find out the cancer. And next one is the hypoxia. It is a critical hallmark of many almost solid tumors, which also involves tumor survival, angiogenesis, glycolytic metabolism, metastasis, resistance to standard treatments, and mortality rate. This is also confirmed by many histopathological studies. In the screen, I'm sharing the difference between the normal cells oxygen level as well as the cancer cells. The brain, normal brain cells as well as the brain tumor cells, and to the almost breast, cervix, kidney, cortex, liver, lung, pancreas, and rectal mucosa. We can see there is a considerable reduction in the oxygen level with the cancer of many tissues. So to target these two mechanisms, we choose nutritional ketosis and hyperoxygenation therapies, which can address actually this hypoxia as well as the increased uptake of glucose. In nutritional ketosis is actually a metabolic condition in which ketone bodies are the primary source of the energy when the glucose is deprived in the body. Basically, the normal body cells can rely on ketone bodies for their source of energy, but cancer cells cannot rely on ketone bodies. They rely mainly on glucose for their energy source. So under the nutritional ketosis, two measures we are going to discuss. That one is the ketogenic diet and another one is ketone supplements. Ketogenic diet is a traditional ketogenic diet is actually 4.4:1 formulation of fat content to carbohydrate plus protein KD, in which the KD delivers 90% of these calories from fat, 8% from protein, and 2% from the carbohydrate. So this ketogenic diet, the effect of ketogenic diet in cancer treatment has been, there are a lot of studies which confirms its anti-proliferative effect. Mainly some of them are the malignant gliomas, the studies with mice models with malignant gliomas, as well as colon cancer, gastric cancer has shown a remarked anti-proliferative effect. In addition to this ketogenic diet, we can use the ketone supplementations that also helps to increase the ketone bodies in the blood, mainly ketone esters and 1,3-butadiene. So apart from nutritional ketosis, this hyperoxygenation therapies, which also helps to improve the hypoxic state of the tumor environment. Under the hyperoxygenation therapies, we are discussing two measurements. One is hyperbaric oxygen therapy, which is actually an administration of 100% oxygen at elevated pressure, which actually increases the plasma oxygen saturation, which facilitates oxygen delivery to the tissues independent of hemoglobin oxygen saturation. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy is shown reduction in tumor volume in many in vivo and in vitro studies, mainly with gliomas as well as with mammary tumors and in leukemia as well as in the prostate cancers. Also, in a human randomized clinical trial, it actually elicited anti-proliferative effect as well. Along with hyperbaric oxygen therapy, intravenous oxygen therapy also helps to improve the hypoxic oxygen delivery to the cancer cells. So there are many studies which supports the use of ozone therapy, administration of ozone therapy. Some human cell culture studies of lung, breast, uterine and colon tumors, as well as neuroblastoma shows there is inhibition of tumor cells, as well as some in vitro study of ovarian cancer, colon cancer, lung cancer, and sarcoma when treated with ozone shows decreased tumor metastasis as well as the proliferation. Here there is a rabbit study where the ozone has been given to metastatic squamous cell carcinoma in the rabbits. The primary site of the tumor has been completely reversed in a time period of 90 days. As well as some human studies where pelvic tumor, head and neck tumor, non-small cell lung cancer treated with ozone therapy shown good results also. Apart from the individual effect of these treatments, if we combine both of these, the nutritional ketosis and hyperoxygenation therapies, it produces a synergistic action which can be really helpful in cancer management. So further to support that, I took two studies. One is a mice study done by Angela Yempov. Here, the mice is actually the after inoculation of cancer cells, they are categorized into 4 groups. One is with standard diet, and one is ketogenic diet, standard diet, and hyperbaric oxygen therapy, and the final one is ketogenic diet and hyperbaric oxygen therapy. That is the final one, the combination of the nutritional ketosis as well as the oxygenation therapies. Here, the last group showed almost 80% increase in the mean survival rate compared to the other groups, as well as the bioluminescence study of the tumor also showed a complete reversal of the tumor in the mice study. Next study is a human clinical trial where a group of 54 patients were treated with critically ill cancer patients were treated with a protocol called Soros treatment protocol. It has 2 phases. Actually, one phase where there is a ketogenic diet and intravenous ozone therapy, and the second phase they have introduced hyperbaric oxygen therapy and also supplements. In the first phase, after the first phase, it has been noted that 58% tumor reduction, and this after the second phase, almost the tumor has been completely reversed. So with these 2 studies, I come to a hypothesis that combination of these 2 hyperoxygenation therapies as well as the nutritional ketosis can help to treat the cancer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh.
Thank you.
A few comments from my side.
Okay.
One is actually systematic review is still more rigorous, and yours is not a systematic review type. It may be a narrative review or just a review.
Yeah.
Okay, that is one thing. And most of I think the nutritional ketosis and oxygenation is some promising ground as shown in evidences from lower animals. Okay, so if you would have quoted this study, I think they did 10 humans critically ill cancer patients. Okay, fine. So this seems promising, and then we can find out many more strategies with these grounds, and then we can present it as a systematic review also. Okay.
Okay.
And it is the intervention is mostly related to natural material, and as you said, it's some promising thing to evaluate, to do further research in this area.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then being on review, list of references will be an added advantage.
In the paper I have submitted, I have shown the references for these researchers.
Okay, fine.
Yes,
so, but anyway, in slide presentation also, if references would have been there, then that will be same.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
So anything?
Well, it was a good presentation.
Thank you,
As
sir.
Dr. Pradeep said, it's more based on preclinical trials.
Yeah.
In future, you can explore more such things and relate it more with the naturopathic setup, where it will be helpful for further clinicians, and
Yeah.
you can explore more clinical trials also.
Sure.
A good approach, new approach.
Hello, Dr. Santosh.
Hi, ma'am.
Yeah, can you just highlight on the methodology? It's like, how did you select those papers and all?
No, it is not my research actually. It is a review of the articles which is already done through the research, through the search in the online scientific database.
That's right. You have done a review paper, right?
Yes, exactly.
What was the criteria of that review? Like
actually, not really. I have included all animal studies, biomolecular studies, clinical human studies all together without any specific criteria.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Santosh. Thank
you.
you, judges. Okay, now I would like to invite Dr. Madan Kumar for presenting. He's going to present on the topic effect of Chakshu Dhoti in eye health among college students during COVID-19 lockdown. So I would request Dr. Madan Kumar to start the video and share his screen. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Sucheta, thank you. Actually, the previous screen has to be closed, otherwise it is not showing. You cannot start screen share.
Yeah. Dr. Santosh, please stop sharing the screen so that our next presenter can present.
Okay, just a minute. Hope the screen is visible. I think.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, just a minute. I will video also. Is it okay, Suchita, both the things, my video as well as presentation? Okay. So good afternoon to one and all present over here. And first of all, I thank the ICHW 2021 team for providing giving the opportunity to present this study, which we conducted in the same Sant Hirdaram Medical College of Naturopathy and Yoga for Women, Bhopal, in the last year during the lockdown, the first lockdown in the month of April 2020. So the study was, and the study is on the effect of Chakshu Dhoti. So Chakshu Dhoti, Chakshu means it is eye, and Dhoti is the cleansing. It is on yogic eye wash, we can say in a normal term, in high health among the college students, particularly on the girls during COVID-19 lockdown. So the study was conducted by myself, Dr. Madan Kumar, and the principal, Sona Medical College in Yoga Salem, and Dr. Kalpana Devi, she is a professor in the same college. And the aim of this study is to determine the impact of 2 continuous weeks of Chakshu Dhoti, that is a yogic eye wash practice on eye health, among the college girls during that lockdown period. The assessments we used were like dry eye syndrome. It is a 5 questions dry eye syndrome questionnaire. And the second questionnaire we used is a reliable asthenopic symptom questionnaire. So dry eye syndrome, it comprises of various symptoms, particularly dryness of the eyes, itchiness of the eyes, and watery secretion from the eyes. So mostly it happens because of constant, or we can say the humors in the eyes when it is getting deficient or getting dried very faster. During that time, they will get these symptoms. And to assess that, we had a DEQ, that is dry eye questionnaire 5, we used in this study. So we slightly modified the study because the symptom, the questionnaire, because the original questionnaire was like it used to have for the symptoms in a particular day in the past month, 1 month before. Whereas here we used for only 2 weeks. The study was due to shortage of time in the lockdown. So only 2 weeks we implemented, as there was no previous study also. So our duration was only 2 weeks. So I modified that questionnaire for just 2 weeks before. So the same questionnaire we used just 2 weeks before we gave, and after 2 weeks I had the post test. And the same way reliable as actinopic symptom questionnaire I used, those references also I mentioned. In DUK, that is the dry eye symptom, dry eye questionnaire 5, there are 5 questions will be there, which will assess the dryness of the eyes of the person, the watery secretion from the eyes it will see, and the itchiness in the eyes also it will assess. So it has 5 questions, which ranges from the scoring from the maximum score of 22 and the lowest score of 0. So the lowest score has the least problem or the less symptoms, we can say. The same with the reliable actinopic symptom questionnaire, the highest maximum scoring is of 80 and the lowest is 0. Lowest, the minimal the score is, the healthy eyes they are having. So this was the thing. And the materials and methods, sample size, I took only 28 girls, as I got only 28 samples for this study, who are all ready to give their consent to do this study. Okay, so between the age of 17 to 23 years, girls of the college, and the study duration was 2 weeks, as I mentioned earlier. And the study design is just a simple pre-post experimental study. And Chakshu Dauti, that is, as I said, it was Chakshu is eyes and Dauti is cleansing. I used in the study individual eye wash cup I gave, because these students were in the lockdown, got stuck up in the hostel, girls hostel. So with them, I communicated and gave individual eye wash cups, and the consent form also I received from them individually. So I gave individual cups. In that, a normal clean drinking water they used twice, morning once and evening once, and morning in each repetition, each time. For example, in the morning, they used to do that in 3 times. For 1 time with each eye, they will fill that eye wash cup with a normal clean drinking water, nothing added, no herbal extracts or no other herbal preparations added in that. Clean drinking water was administered. In that, for each eye, they will take the rim of the eye wash cup and keep it close to the eye, and they will blink, open the eye and close for 20 times for 1 minute. Not in a fast manner, it was slow. So 20 minutes, 20 times in a single minute for 1 eye. Like that, they will repeat for the left eye. Again with the right and left. Likewise, 3 times they repeated alternatively with the right eye and left eye. Likewise, they did morning once and evening once. So all these 28 samples. This is what the procedure I gave to them for 2 weeks continuously. And the pre-assessment I took with those 2 questionnaires, and the post-assessment after 14 days, after 2 weeks I did. And the results were, the data were analyzed with the help of PADS t-test, as I mentioned here. And the results I got with 2 questionnaires, that is with the dry eye symptom questionnaire 5. This is the result where the p-value was significant for me. And with the actinopic symptom questionnaire also, I got the p-value, which was highly significant. By seeing the results, it was so compromising that they got improved with all the symptoms. So as it was in the lockdown period, I got those all questionnaires filled by them through the Google Forms, and I got it done. And the results, I found that it was a major finding I found in this study is, after 2 weeks of regular eye wash practice in the morning and the evening, the dry eye syndrome and the astinopia got reduced much or improved in those college students. And the possible mechanism might be, I've tried to search several studies, but very less studies, or not even studies, we can say. It is textual references only I got. As I said, it was the very first of its kind in the field of yoga. So the possible mechanism I got is like the dust might be removed from the eyes, from the orbital activity and cavity, and the usage of water is normal tap cold water I use. So the cold water might refresh the eyeball and reduce the tension over there or the excessive heat over there, and thereby the symptoms of astinopia, like eye strain or fatigue in the pain. So astinopia is a broad term where the eye strain will be there, dryness of eyes will be there, fatigue will be there, pain around the eyes will be there. They will be having difficulty in seeing the objects continuously. Those things all will be there. So those all symptoms also reduced by this. So this is the possible mechanism what I got. And the conclusion here I'm saying is that it is a proven that the normal water with an eye wash cup can strengthen the vision in a very simpler manner, and it is a very cost effective. Just roughly it costs around 10 rupees the eye wash cup, and the water nothing much cost. Okay, so a very simple and effective way. And the limitation here is simple. It is a pre-post study where I used only 28 samples. So that is one of the major limitation. And there is no control group also furthermore. So I need to do in future the broader spectrum study for this. That is the future scope of this study, where large samples I have to use with the control group. And I thank Dr. Himanshu Sharma, Principal, Sant Medical College, for providing the opportunity and permission to conduct this study with the college students, and also the management, and particularly the students who cooperated regularly for doing this study well. Because of them, it was successful. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Dr. Madan.
Yes, sir.
All your subjects, all they had any previous dry eye, I mean, complaints like dry eyes or eye strain and all? Have they?
No. Actually, I forgot to mention that, sir. They were not having any what to say, eye problems or orbital cavity problems before. So I selected the girls who are having no morbid factors before. But when I assessed on the first day, the scoring what they gave, those scores were higher in the limit. As I said, for the DEC 5, it was 22 was the top maximum. So around the maximum, near to the maximum they were having when in the first day, when compared to the last day. Even for the astenopic symptom questionnaire also, the questionnaire results I got was in the higher limit. The scoring was in the upper limit. So apart from that, they were not having any visual disturbances or eye problem or any comorbid factors with the eyes or any metabolic disorders. Nothing they were having. They were normal, healthy, young adults of those age.
Okay. Then have you obtained IEC approval for this?
Sir, IEC approval I didn't got. It was in the COVID lockdown. So I was not able to get the IEC, as it is a very pilot study, just to minimal size of 28. I was not able to get during that time. So I didn't got, to be frank, I didn't got IEC. I got the permission, consent permission from the management and the principal.
But even before you publish, you need IEC. If you are intending to publish this thing, you need IEC approval.
Sir. Yeah, of course, sir. I was not having any idea to publish now. Before going, I will surely, sir, take your point. I will get the consent, IEC consent from the management, and I will do, surely. Excuse me.
Yeah, that was a good area to look into through naturopathy, through yogic eye exercise or through yogic cleansing. One thing I want to add is like, so you told you modified the questionnaire, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, Dr. Mahesh.
Usually that may that may have some impact on the study outcome and scores. Okay, so usually that scoring, if you are measuring qualitatively, then that is fine. Okay, if you are using that standardized, so that standardization might be done with if you are modifying, so this may have an impact on statistical outcomes of the study.
Yeah, so, that was really true. That is really true.
So you may, it can be an observation study, okay, just to observe what happened after giving an eye cleansing. Okay. So it's like, it's not an effect of what is happening. Okay. Just to, as an initial preliminary or pilot, you can mention. Okay. So
yeah, it's really a preliminary study.
Yeah. And then, yeah, that is what I want to add. And okay, fine, that is good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, Dr. Madan.
Yeah, Dr. Hindley, tell me.
Yeah, good attempt. One thing which is missing is inclusion and exclusion criteria. So did you have anything in mind before starting with the study?
Yeah, inclusion criteria I was had but not presented in the PPT. I forgot to point that. So inclusion criteria was among the college students only. I had in the mind, clear in the mind, that the exclusion criteria is only simple. The people who are not able to do the eye wash or having any eye problems in before itself, or any problems with the hands, those all I mentioned. I forgot to mention here in the slide might be, but because they have to do with their hands, the eye wash. So the problems, any problems with the hands or any mental disturbances they are having, those people's I excluded and included only the people which are they are having and cooperating for this problem. This study.
Okay. How about the scoring patterns?
Scoring patterns means I'm not able to get.
Suppose it's like you said only after giving the questionnaire you got to know they had high levels of stress or dryness or something based on the questionnaire. So before that, did you have any criteria that if they fit into this kind of a score, then I'll include them in the study? So what if they had 0 score?
Yeah, I had thought to have the maximum score who are all having, those people to add only. So that was in the mind. When I gave, everybody was fitting in that only. Most of them randomly, when I gave that itself, it showed that it is most of them are having highest scores. So immediately I took around 30 people, 30 to 35 people I gave. I guess, I not remember correctly, 30 to 35 people I gave, all had maximum score of this, both the questionnaires, and those balanced 5 to 6 people denied of doing that. Not denying, like they went home. So during the lockdown, so they went home. I was not able to constantly monitor them even in the online. So they are now on the travel, they may not do. So those consequences, the 6 people were dropped out. So those 28 were ready to do the study, ready to travel with me, and I gave the questions also, and they were positive. After giving that only, I took them into the study, seeing the results, seeing the scores.
Okay. So next time, as it is an interventional study, you need to be very clear with your protocol, and then only you need to start with your study.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Karishma, you can present.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present over here. Am I audible?
Yes.
So my name is Dr. Karishma. I am medical officer at Sant Hirdaram Nature Care Hospital. So I'm sharing this slide. So the title of our study is Effects of Naturopathy and Yoga Intervention on Health Parameters, Vitality Score and Quality of Life among Diabetes mellitus type 2 patients. So what we have studied here is we have seen the effects of naturopathy treatments in health parameters and health outcomes. Along with that, we have tried to correlate it with vitality score and quality of life as well. So why we did this study is, as we all know, India is diabetic capital of the world, and epidemiological data suggests diabetes mellitus can lead to more morbidity, mortality among both rural and urban population, and this number is likely to increase in future. So current line of management, what we do, what pharmacological intervention is, we are not sufficient to address the lifestyle component of diabetes mellitus over past decades because of change in behavior, food habits, circadian rhythm disturbances, and stress, obesity. These are the major contributory factor that is leading to the diabetes. Okay, so we are in the need of such interventions that will reverse the risk factors and restore the bodily homeostasis, because diabetes is not only about reducing the blood sugar, it is about correcting the psychological disturbance and make body environment conducive for cell growth. Okay, so and bringing down the inflammation level to such bringing down the inflammation level so that the body vitality can work better. So with that aim, we have carried out our study. So the purpose of our study is what we do, yoga and lifestyle based naturopathy intervention. It has salutogenic approach that activates the innate healing mechanism holistically, and there are several studies that shows that naturopathy intervention is effective in the management of diabetes along with comorbidity. So how our study is different from that is we try to correlate those health outcomes. We give a naturopathy and yoga lifestyle interventions to those patients, and we took health parameters. Along with that, we try to correlate that with the vitality score and again with quality of life. Okay, so materials and methods, we took 52 known cases of diabetes mellitus, both sex, age between 25 to 80 years, with mean age of 76, standard deviation 11. So they underwent minimum 10 days of yoga and naturopathy based lifestyle intervention here in our hospital. It was a pre-post experimental type of study without any control group. So YNBL includes intervention. So we try to incorporate all the holistic therapies like counseling, customized fasting. Customized fasting, why? Because somewhere in medication, somewhere in insulin, and somewhere diagnosed diabetes mellitus patients, but they were not taking any medicines. So doctor prescribed them customized fasting according to the conditions they were going through. So treatments and other naturopathic treatments what we give, like GH pack, abdomen pack, mud pack, hot foot bath, arm pack, leg pack, massage, sun bath, yoga, and meditation. So we try to incorporate these all. So assessment of effectiveness were done by using pre and post fasting blood sugar level, pre and postprandial blood sugar level, blood pressure and BMI, and perceived vitality. It was calculated, vitality was calculated by using visual analog scale, and we calculated quality of life by using EQ5D5L QL questionnaire, which is a questionnaire developed by European Research Foundation. So I have given the reference here as well. Oh, yeah. So vitality, what is vitality? Vitality can be defined as the perceived sense of energy, perceived sense of motivation, resilience. So we gave the scale, we give that visual, we ask the patient that how they are feeling on day one and how they are feeling after 10 days of YNPL interventions. So our results were out of 52 patients, 42 completed the study. Appeared key test revealed statistically significant reduction in fasting blood sugar, postprandial, BP, BMI. Because why we took all these BMI and blood pressure? Because there are various studies relating that obesity and hypertension is very much related with diabetes, because there is a strong correlation, right? So we also took those parameters because bringing down such risk factors can help in improving the diabetes health outcomes. So we found that there is statistically significant reduction in those health parameters and statistically significant increase in vitality and quality of life with p-value of 0.00. So this result suggests that YNBL as low as 10 days can bring significant reduction in risk factors and symptoms of diabetes patients. Further, our study has shown a strong correlation of increase in vitality scores defined as perceived activeness, motivation, and resilience is directly proportional to improvement in disease and quality of life. Okay, so here we can see day one of intervention, the patient were having the average fasting blood sugar was 182, and on day 10, the average fasting blood sugar was 145. Day one, postprandial blood sugar of 199 and 166, and weight of 68 to 66, BMI of 26. We have reduced to 26.6 to 26. Blood pressure means systolic blood pressure at day one was 131.4, which means systolic blood pressure of 122.9. And here we can see the vitality score. The average vitality score at day one was 4.9, and that vitality score at day 10, that is average mean 8.2. Okay, and health visual analog scale, that is at day one was 49 to 78 on BP. So here we can relate that as the risk factor was reducing, the vitality score was increasing. Okay, so where we can relate that with decrease in risk factors, with improvement in disease outcome, vitality can also be enhanced. So here we try to relate those things. So biannual interventions are effective and can be relevant for prevention and effective management of diabetes mellitus in public healthcare domain. However, limitations of this study, what we feel is lack of assessment of inflammatory biochemical markers, which we could have assessed, because diabetes again being chronic inflammatory disorder, we could have assessed inflammation before and after, because there are several studies which I have kept that naturopathy is very good in reducing the inflammation level of the body, and reducing inflammation will again help in reversing so many comorbidities associated with diabetes. So what we felt that we could have assessed that inflammatory markers, which can be the scope for further study. And I would like to express my gratitude to whole ICHW team 2021 for giving me this opportunity. Ethics Committee, Sant Hirdaram Yoga and Nature Hospital, whole team of doctors, Dr. Himansu Sharma, Dr. Gulab Rai sir, Dr. Pradeep sir, Dr. Varsha ma'am, Dr. Dinesh sir, Dr. Arfa, Dr. Sucheta ma'am, Dr. Geeta, Dr. Mamta, and Dr. Kunal Chandani for helping me with this study. Thank you so much.
Open for questions.
See, what is the inclusion criteria for the study?
Inclusion, sir, we took diabetic patients who were on medications, who were on insulin, who were on without insulin also, but they were type 2 diabetes mellitus diagnosed patients into our hospital setting from 2019 to 2021.
So diagnosed when? Very recently diagnosed, or they are having chronic diabetes?
Sir, actually, it was variable, because some were having since 20 years, some were having since 10 years, some since recently diagnosed, like that. It was variable.
Okay. Because what my personal experience and my study also shows, the onset of diabetes has an impact, a direct impact on interventions what we are giving. Okay, naturopathy interventions. Okay, that's my observation. Okay, there will be an age, and then the the duration of disease. Everything impacts the outcome of the treatment, especially our naturopathy intervention. Okay, fine. Thank you.
I'll look into that.
Yeah, Dr. Karishma, can you go to your second slide? Sorry, the next. Yeah, I think as Dr. Naresh has suggested, there is huge difference in your population. Like, may be its age or onset of diabetes or what kind of interventions you have been giving. Maybe if you can adjust it for all those parameters, I think your study can be much stronger. And you said who have underwent the yoga and naturopathy interventions at least for 10 days. So did you include further follow-up of the participants who have further increased their duration of the treatment?
Ma'am, yeah, minimum 10 days we took, but there were patients who took for treatments for 15 or 16 days as well. But we did them follow-up call, but like that systematic ways we need to do.
Okay. But do you think it's like, as you have conducted the study, was there any correlation with the parameters we have discussed with the vitality? It may be age or onset of diabetes or anything. Do you think there is any correlation?
Yeah, I have explained. Because improvement in health outcomes, that is reduction in risk factor, improvement in health parameter, and was directly correlated with vitality score.
Okay. So what all have you considered under vitality score, if may I ask?
Ma'am, sorry.
What all parameters you have included under vitality score?
Energy, motivation, and resilience. Ma'am, I have referred that paper also.
All right. Okay, thank you.
And other, can you go for that analysis part? Results or analysis? Okay. So any correlation analysis you made with their age, participants' age? With maybe vitality or with maybe their BMI, with their health, visual analog scale. These might have given you some different perspective. So for which age group our treatment is more effective, this sort of thing. A further statistical analysis in this angle also you can run and regression with the age and the outcomes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Fine, thank you.
Is there any other questions from anyone?
Yeah, fine, no issues.
Yeah. So first, I would like to thank Dr. Pai, Dr. Naresh, and Dr. Hindri for accepting our request and doing this review for us. And we thoroughly enjoyed your session and got a lot of insights. And I hope participants also might have taken a lot of positive feedback from you, and which will be helping us to strengthen the system of yoga and naturopathy. Thank you so much. And we'll be announcing the results tomorrow in the valedictory function. So we request all the participants to be there in the valedictory function. Thank you so much. And now we'll continue with our technical sessions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, we can start.
Spread the positivity wherever you go. With these beautiful lines, I wish everyone a very beautiful good evening. Today, we are here at our second technical session, ICHW 2021, Day 5. We are here to learn more, to grow more, and to spread more. So, to move ahead, we have our first speaker already amongst us. It said, leadership is lifting a person's vision to high heights, raising person's performance to a higher standard, building personality beyond its normal limitations. One such leader is Sauji Apar Avinash, medals and receiver of Dr. D. Virendra Hegde Pattabhisheka Award for his academic excellence. Post BNYS, he did his PhD in yoga from S. Vyasa, Bangalore. Currently, he is working as principal at S. Vyasa, Bangalore. He is member, Scientific Advisory Committee and Internal Ethics Committee, Jindal Nature Cure Hospital, Bangalore. Prior, he had worked with SDM College, Ujjare and NIN Pune. He has been assigned with many examination-related posts, one of being them as external moderator for the School of Natural Medicine, Cape Town, South Africa. He has great number of publications in peer-reviewed journals to his credit and is a peer reviewer of many national and international journals and a recognized guide for PhD at S. Vyasa and AIIMS, Rishikesh. We welcome you, sir. Today, he'll be sharing his maintaining internal environment optimizing immunity and enhancing health through yoga. Dr. Apar Sahoji.
Thank you so much for that generous introduction. And it is indeed a pleasure to be with all of you. A lot of my friends are around there. I could see, and I was just enjoying the session by the presentation earlier. So we have been talking about immunity and how immune boosting things have to be done and all of that. So I just thought I'll not talk very scientific today, but rather connect the whole concepts of maintaining internal environment to the basic fundamental principles of yoga and naturopathy. So I request the organizers to kindly allow me to share my screen.
It's enabled.
Yeah, thank you. Is it visible?
Yes, it is.
So it's very, very important that today in the COVID-19 pandemic, we talk about maintaining internal environment, optimizing immunity, and health promotion. And there is probably no better system to do that than yoga and naturopathy. I think the slides that I have for today would be talking and connecting the whole thing. So what is internal environment? We keep talking of homeostasis, right? And we need to maintain that internal environment. Our bodies are made in such a way by nature that any change in the external or internal environment, we adjust, we modify the way things happen in the body. Probably the simplest example is temperature regulation, where we have behavioral changes. We change the way we clothe during different seasons. We sweat if it is too hot, but it's not only limited to that. Everything in the body has a critical range. Our heart rate is ranging between 60 and 90. The blood pressure is 100 to 140 by 60 to 90. So all the body functions have a critical range, and any change we are subjected to, your body is made in such a manner that it basically comes back. It tries maintaining that internal state of balance and equanimity. Now, I'm going to take example of immunity, and largely the whole talk is going to be surrounded by immunity, but these principles of immunity is applicable to everything else, okay? And I will make that point as I go along. Basically, the immune system is also a part of homeostatic mechanisms. You don't really want an external agent, a foreign body or a toxin, a bacteria or a fungus to attack something internally. But there are also, we know that in our gut there are so many bacteria that are living, and they live in symbiosis. So you maintain that environment where the healthy gut microbiome is not harmed by our immune system, but at the same time, anything that is pathogenic, anything that can cause disease is taken care of, okay? And these days, immunity is probably a hot topic. We have been selling everything in the name of immunity. The funniest part that I could look at was these products of ice creams improving immunity, and the bread improving immunity, and all of that. But the question is, do you really think immune boosting, and I am going to keep talking of that word, immune boosting, is it really possible? Is it doable? Is it required? First thing, okay? So let us try and understand what immune system is all about. And I'm very sure all of you are medical students here. So you know what immune system is all about. Essentially, it is the army of the body, right? And if you're eating a chamanprash or amla or doing yoga or doing some pranayama today, will your immune system change tomorrow? It's exactly like, there is a war happening now on the border, and somebody who's absolutely not having any training is simply taken in army and put on the border. That's not going to work. Okay. Exactly the way, your defense personnel are trained for years together before they are posted on the border. The immune cells are trained in the body before they start doing their job, right? And the whole immune response depends on multiple, factors. One of the most important factors is going to be the training of the immune system. And the best way of training is exposure to antigens. Now, we do that by getting an infection. Of course, I have put vaccines here. There can be arguments on either sides of it when we are talking of yoga and naturopathy, but just for the sake of understanding that, you have dummies to shoot at. So that's exactly what vaccines do. They are not actual antigens, but they do carry some antigenic substances which will elicit an immune response. But is only the training good enough? No. You will have probably a trained army man soldier going on the border, but without a gun, can he fight the war? Not possible. So you require the immunoglobulins, you require the cytokines, you require the inflammatory response to happen. And that is mediated through your food. Okay. You typically, when we talk of food and immunity, people keep talking of proteins and all of that. But I would say much more than proteins, what is important is the phytochemicals. And that should not be forgotten. Typically, people, when they are talking of immunity, they say you have to eat protein-rich food, you have to have energy-rich food. But that energy is useless unless we have the micronutrients that are really required. Okay, and these points that I'm trying to make here are very important as we go along because they connect with yoga and naturopathy on a later time. Okay, the third part, you can be a trained soldier, but if you're not able to sleep, after some time, your body is going to give up. Okay, the same way, it is very important that we give rest, relaxation, sleep to the whole system, because everything in the body is connected. It's not that, it's not the way our physiology textbooks are where the chapters are divided. Your food that you consume goes into the blood, and blood has to go to the heart, and then it is pumped to the whole body. So everything that we learn in physiology is integrated, it is holistic. So it is very important that all these regular functions that we do are done properly if we want to maintain that internal environment. Of course, the immune response as an example. Now, the most important aspect that I would like to emphasize upon today is that homeostasis, immunity, all the bodily functions are all about having a good balance. Okay, when you eat too much, it is bad. You can have obesity and related problems. If you do not eat for more than what is required, maybe fasting is good, definitely, but you should not be ending up with starvation. Both extremes are going to be a problem. Too much of sleep is bad, too less of sleep is bad. And there are studies that demonstrate that, they are related to several health problems. Similarly, when it comes to immune system, on one side, if you have a hyperactive immune system, which is trying to recognize anything as dangerous and start shooting, there is a problem of autoimmunity. On the other side, when we do not recognize something that is harmful to the body, we may end up with cancer. So it's all about maintaining that beautiful balance. Okay, even today with respect to COVID, we are talking of people not dying because of the COVID, but because your body is hyper reacting. It is leading to something called a cytokine storm. So there are a lot of chemicals produced in the body, and they are actually harming you than helping you. So immune boosting as such is not really a concept that I would like to go ahead with, but rather talk of balance. Okay. Now, this is where I would like to connect it with the basic understanding, the philosophy of yoga, naturopathy, Ayurveda, the whole Eastern Oriental systems of medicine. We define yoga as samatva, the state of balance. We define the health in naturopathy as the balance in the Panchamahabhutas. Any Mahabhuta deficient or excess is going to create a health problem. You look at acupuncture, where there is this model of yin and yang, where we keep talking of how yin and yang has to be balanced. If there is an imbalance, there is again a problem. Ayurveda defines health as the balance of dhatus, agni, mala, and doshas, etc. So everywhere, what we are talking about in context of health is balance. What we are talking in context of every bodily function, in context of immunity, in context of homeostasis, is all about balance. So we must maintain that balance, and that is the key. Okay. Now, imbalance, how do we get it? And looking at it from the philosophical point of view, we have got two of the chitta vrittis, one viparyaya, the second one vikalpa, both of which are talking of mistaken identity. Mistaken identity of your self cells as foreign. Mounting an attack is autoimmunity, a problem of immune system. Mistaken cancer cells to healthy cells and not mounting an immune response is again a problem. Okay, so viparyaya and vikalpa are the basic fundamental problems that I would say are there with the whole of changes, imbalances that we talk about. Okay, and I'm going to find another term. I've been talking of homeostasis. There is something called as allostasis. And allostasis is actually an abnormal state of homeostasis. Your body starts recognizing, that my blood pressure at 140 is normal. And then that abnormal state of body starts trying to maintain that state. That is what is going to create a problem. Now, that again, another issue that comes up is avidya. It's not knowing what is right. Your body starts forgetting that this is my normal state. Okay. And there is a beautiful explanation that comes up from Bhagavad Gita, and I'm going to have one more slide on that on the later time. In naturopathy, we have this upas tree, the disease tree in the Henry Lindler, the first year PNC, we have learned about it. And unfortunately, every time I ask everyone, what is the primary cause of disease? People say lowered vitality, abnormal composition of blood and lymph, and accumulation of morbid matter. Sorry, they are primary manifestations of the disease. The primary cause of disease as defined by Henry Lindler is violation of nature's laws. And you do that by ignorance, indifference, indulgence, and lack of self-control, which are represented by the root of this upas tree. Okay, and human being is the only animal in the world which does not want to obey any natural laws. That is where the problem is all about. Every other animal has a time to eat, has a time to sleep, has a particular schedule that is there by nature. Unfortunately, we are very intelligent. We want to rule the nature, and that therefore probably we have the problems that nobody else in the world has. No other animals have that. That is what we're talking about. The imbalance, because we want to rule the nature, we get in a state of imbalance, and that is what is creating an issue. Then I'm going to narrate a couple of stories from the scriptures. One of them is the story of Duryodhana, who was a very strong, mighty fellow, but he lost all the battles because of one simple fact. that, and this is a statement from Mahabharata, Duryodhana says, I know what is right, but I choose to do things otherwise. I know that, pulling Draupadi to the darbar and pulling her clothes out is bad, but I can't stop myself from doing it. Now, unfortunately, all of us in some way or other are Duryodhanas. We know that exercising is good for me, but I don't exercise. I know what food is good for me, but I don't eat that. I know eating junk is bad for me, but I continue to eat it. So all of us essentially are exactly what Duryodhana is all about. And that is where we land up with problems, not following the natural approach. And that's where, again, the beauty of yoga is that there is always a choice given to human beings, that you can do things by either kartum, akartum, or anyatha kartum. People who are great, they do things differently. If you want to remain healthy, you want to live for 100 years, you will have to follow the nature's laws. And everybody is going to say that you are a fool. But if you want to, if you are comfortable with what you want, then there should not be any problem. That is exactly what we will have to learn, right? Another story probably which relates to the principle of germs do not cause disease and they are found in a diseased condition is that of Chandogya Upanishad. All the Upanishads are all about discussion between the student and a teacher, and the teachers never did spoon feeding. They had this very beautiful attitude of making people experiment. So one of the students went to the teacher and asked, from where everything arises? The whole world, from where has it arisen from? So the teacher says, there is a banyan tree in front. Please go pluck one fruit and come. So the student just goes, plucks a fruit, comes back. He says, open the fruit and you will take out one seed. And you see the seeds of the banyan tree here. They are very tiny, and the teacher asks the student to cut it into small piece. What is there inside? It's hollow. But from that hollow seed, the entire banyan tree has arisen. So the story says that from nothing, everything has come. Okay, but do you think every seed that was there in the plant could actually generate into a tree? Not really. You have to have a soil, you have to have water, you have to have sunlight, you have to have proper air, you have to have, all the components. So if there is an environment, a suitable environment, nothing can lead to everything, the entire creation. So if we create an environment for the body to produce, say, a diseased environment within, the germs can settle in and we can have infections. On the other side, if I do not provide that environment, no germ can create harm to me. And that is essentially a message that we all have to carry. If we live in tune with nature, in vicinity of nature, we are not going to have the problems that we are talking today. You're all aware of the Panchakosha model, so I'm not going in great details. But what I would like to tell you is that, the whole science of psychoneuroimmunology that we're talking today, the immune system has to be optimally active. And there is a huge role that your mind has to play. Okay, and this science has been spoken in the traditional texts of yoga long back. We do have the models that talk about how the mental stress can affect the physical body, and that is via the prana imbalance leading to an autonomic nervous system imbalance, or the imbalance of the cortisol rhythm to all of that. This particular picture I've taken from one of my colleagues, Dr. Vijaya Kavuri, who has worked on yoga therapy for irritable bowel syndrome. But this model stands true for anything that we want to talk about when it comes to yoga. So what is important is, if there is lowering of the prana flow to a particular organ, there will be a problem. If there is excess of prana to an organ, there will be a problem. For you to be healthy, the prana has to be balanced. And that relates to what we are talking about when it comes to lowered immune response and hyperimmune response to what is called as optimal immunity. Okay. I was talking about this particular shloka from Bhagavad Gita, which explains how, the whole mental problems, the cascade of mental problems happens from getting attached. Okay. And therefore, it is not enough to just do asana or pranayama, but rather work on the psyche, work on the mindset of an individual. Then, things will be much, much simpler. This is a beautiful picture, and I think another one that I have next is that, your body is present here, but is your mind? All the time we are thinking of the past or future. We are not mindful of what is happening around us. That creates a huge lot of problem. This picture of a man and his daughter probably walking at a place where there are hills and sunlight. The daughter does not have anything else in the mind, and she's able to be there. Unfortunately, a man, a grown-up, goes there and starts thinking of, the office to car to travel to everything. So you can be at a beautiful place, but still do not enjoy. You can be in a class where you are getting knowledge, but if you are not there, you will not be able to get anything out of it. And our problem with the whole imbalance of homeostasis is with not being mindful. So yoga talks about being mindful, being aware, being relaxed, being comfortable with your own self. The other concept that yoga talks about is the three gunas, sattva, rajas, tamas. And sattva is an optimal person. He's not too exaggerated, he's not too diminished, but again, optimal immunity, optimal balanced response. Rajas is all exaggeration, hyperimmune response. Tamas is all about drowsiness, lowered immune response. The whole concept is even further elaborated in Hatha Yoga, which says if the dhatus are imbalanced, then you do the Shat Karmas. If they are in balance, you should not be doing Shat Karmas. Okay, so balance is the central theme of yoga, of naturopathy, of acupuncture, and of the body, right? So, people these days are very fond of asking, what yoga should I do to optimize my immunity? I've changed the word from immune boosting to optimizing immunity by now. So what yoga should I do? I would say yoga is not limited to asana or pranayama. The way, again, very beautifully it is elaborated in Bhagavad Gita. It says it's a lifestyle of moderation, of balance. Yukta ahara viharasya yukta cheshtasya karmasu yukta swapna avabodhasya yogo bhavati dukkha. Yoga, you may be doing asana, but if your diet is not proper, you will not get the benefit of it. You might be doing pranayama, but if you are not sleeping in time, you may not be getting the best benefit of it. So you have to have moderation of sleep, activities, of the food. Everything has to be balanced, and that's exactly what natural lifestyle is all about. That is exactly what life natural, as it is described by the proponents of naturopathy, is all about. You live as close to nature as you can, and you will remain healthy. You will be taken off all your miseries. With that, I think the take-home message for today is that we have to lead a balanced life. And another very, very important message to my young friends who are trying to learn yoga therapy is that yoga is not yoga therapy. Okay, and we all must perform yoga. It should not be limited to yoga therapy alone. Please adapt yogic lifestyle in every act, every single day. Have moderation, have balance in your food, your sleep, your activities, your, everything. And be relaxed, be mindful, be aware of what you're doing, whether it is eating, whether it is sleeping, whether it is resting. Be as close to nature as you can. When you do that, there will naturally be optimization of immunity, maintenance of internal environment, and you will definitely be healthy. Thank you so much for your patient listening. I hope this talk might be useful to a lot of people. Thank you so much to the team of SHM CNYS Bhopal for inviting me to share my thoughts on this particular topic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have one question by the participant. Can you provide us with the technique of thought reframing, cognitive reconstructing by yoga?
I'm sorry?
Can you provide us the technique of thought reframing, cognitive reconstructing by yoga?
Oh, wow. I mean, these are fancy words, but the techniques are simple. Yoga, the way I look at it and understand it, gives you flexibility. Okay. The definition of yoga is to attain balance. It is to calm down your mind. Okay. You talk of chitta vritti nirodha to mana prashamana upayaha. All the definitions are talking of only cognitive balance, right? So you can take any technique, okay, and that's exactly is the beauty of yoga. Again, the way Swami Vivekananda puts it is you can do it with work, by worship, by action, or by willpower. The Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, or Karma Yoga, Raja Yoga, all the paths lead to the same destination. You can take any of the practices. Again, Patanjali Yoga Sutra also talks of what is called as Ekatattva Abhyasaha. Okay, and a lot of times we do not really focus on Patanjali Yoga Sutras beyond our third year exams. That's the problem. Ekatattva Abhyasa is what? You take any one principle. You take Satya, you take Ahimsa, and you can become Mahatma Gandhi. Okay, that is what retraining of your cognitive functions is all about. With yoga, you start practicing mitahara, which is essentially naturopathic food. You don't require anything more because you are what you eat. That is exactly what we preach. So any principle, any one principle that suits you, your personality, your psyche, your body, have that flexibility. Be daring to try. Okay, as youngsters, we have to try about what works for me. For some people, meditation may work. For some people, asana may work. But what is it that works for me has to be learned. And when I get that, I think I will lead a very happy and comfortable life.
True. Today only I read somewhere that even coronavirus knows who is destroying the homeostasis and who is not. And that's why it's producing harm to the human and healing the nature. So the same thing you explained, same thing you told, that homeostasis is the key. Balance is the key. We actually do not want immune boosting. We actually want balance. So balance to living, balance to eating, balance to healthy relaxation and all. Thank you, sir, for explaining us the importance of laws of laws of health, naturally, how we can do it, how we can get it. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the entire team, Himanshu Bhaiya, Gulab, Pradeep, and the entire team of SHM CNYS for putting up this wonderful program. I've been attending as and when it is possible a lot of sessions, and they're extremely useful. And I really encourage all the participants to really take home these beautiful messages, because you don't get to listen to all the people who are talking. So thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir. Moving ahead, we have our next speaker. It's well said, success doesn't come from what we do occasionally. It comes from what we do consistently. One such example of consistency in work is Dr. Naresh Kumar, PhD scholar in public health. Currently, he is associated with JSS Institute of Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences as Assistant Professor and Research Officer in the Department of Community Medicine. Dr. Kumar holds Master in Public Health, Social Epidemiology, and have rich experience in community-based research projects implementation. Further, in his tales of experience, he has worked with the international organization in mental health research projects and also in implementation projects. International journals. In year 2020, he was awarded as the best researcher for his research contributions by JSS Institute of Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences, and is the NABH Ayush Assessor awarded by NABH Quality Control of India. We wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, and request you to shower some of your expertise on integrating yoga and naturopathy into public health, opportunities and challenges. Dr. Naresh Kumar.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for such a nice introduction. So before I begin my session, I just congratulate the whole team of Sant Hirdaram Medical College of Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences for organizing this wonderful conference, so which will enrich definitely all the students and followers of naturopathy and yoga all over the world. So especially in this pandemic situation.
So your voice is little low. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it is audible.
Perfect.
Yeah, now it's fine.
Fine. So thank you, and thank you for providing me the opportunity to talk about public health. Okay, so what will be the how we can integrate naturopathy and yoga into the public health? Okay, so what are their opportunities and challenges? Okay, so I'll start my session. The overall session overview will be, so I'll just talk about the concepts of public health, the basic concepts, and how public health system works in India, and how Ayush is working. It's all a brief introduction. And then what are the intersecting paradigms of public health and naturopathy? And I'll talk about my experiences of what and all the opportunities and challenges which as a naturopathy and yoga practitioners we are facing for integrating ourselves into public health. So I'll just, for a student's perspective, I'll talk a little bit about the public health education in India and its scopes. Okay, fine. So just moving on to my session. So the definition of public health and definition of naturopathy and yoga, if you see, there will be a lot of similarities. For example, definition of public health in around early 90s or 19th century, what it says is that science and art of preventing disease, prolonging life, and promoting health and efficiency through organized community efforts. So you might have all heard, so what the work we are doing, right? Preventing diseases, prolonging life, promoting health and efficiency. But here comes the people's participation. Okay, so in public health comes people's participation, and participation of political structure comes in, participation of local body structure comes in, participation of people comes in. So it is an organized effort. It's not an individual effort. It is from both public side and demand and supply side aspects of public health, with lot of players involved in it. See, the previously, the word public health is comparatively new, comparative to what, in the sense community medicine, preventive medicine, social medicine, this and all. The public health has been evolved since last 200 years or 150 years or so. Okay, so the landmark event happened for the field of public health is with the Cadwick's report, the sanitary condition of laboring population. That was during the Industrial Revolution. Many people were dying of unknown disease, and then he went and surveyed. So that is a survey, first aspect. He observed, so what is happening in the field, and then he found that filth is the biggest enemy and which is killing people. And then from that point of time, the sanitary reforms had been introduced, and it has been it has been an frontier event in the rise of public health. So oftenly we used to call cholera, actually the cholera, which is the thing, which is the disease which is killing people. Why cholera? Because of filth and then contaminations. Okay. So often we call cholera as the father of public health. The cholera disease has been the father of public health. Since then, there is a rapid development of public health in Western world. So India has also showed a lot of progress, but still, comparative to Western world, Indian public health system has a lot of challenges because of our huge population. Our public health expenditure is very less. It is around less than 2% of our overall GDP. Most of the spendings which you are spent, no, it is from our pocket. Okay, so in Western world, it will be covered by government for health. So still, we have a lot of challenges. So as the time passes, the public health concepts have been changing by time. So during initial stages, that is 1980s to 1920s, that is after World War and all, there is an industrial revolution broke out on Europe. So there, many people are migrated to urban areas. So there, they are living in an unhealthy condition where the sanitation is poor. So that during that time, they don't know about this sanitation, about this microorganisms and all those things. Okay, so there many people are dying. So they don't know how, and then came into Karthik. So he introduced the public health aspects of the things, and then the first phase, the whole 1980s to 1920s, that's 40 years, public health has been focusing on controlling the disease, especially communicable diseases. So they improved sanitation, they improved the living conditions of the people. Then next phase, then they thought it is not sufficient. So only controlling the disease and making the environment safe is not working. Then they started, then they thought health promotion, the individual behavior may affect the health of the people. So they started and they started focusing more on health promotion aspects. Okay. So during that phase, along with the disease control phase, they also started giving health promotional activities. So that is between 1920s to 60s. So then next came into the picture, that is emergence of non-communicable diseases. So the traditional public health phase or public health approach can't be able to answer, because they improved sanitation, they improved, they provided good water supply, and everything was fine. But then came into the emergence of non-communicable diseases. So this traditional approach can't able to answer or address this rapid development of non-communicable diseases. Then came the social engineering phase. So we need to engineer the society. Social engineering mainly talks about we have to engineer the people. So we have to make people healthy. We have to adapt healthy lifestyles. These aspects of public health came during 1960s and 80s. That is the period where the spike of non-communicable epidemic has been started. Okay, all over the world. During that time, India, there is not much of non-communicable diseases. Around after 1980s, India also picked up in non-communicable diseases. Then the landmark event in public health aspect is like health for all phase. So this phase came in after, and you might have studied in your community medicine, like Almaty Declaration, where they told like people should live and productive and economically productive life irrespective of their socio-economic status, their social status, everything. Okay, by the year 2000, all the people should lead an economically productive, healthy life. That was the goal, actually. So India is also one of the signatories in Almaty Declaration. Okay, so how to bring health for all? They told an important step, that is through primary health care. So health for all talks about primary health care. So primary health care works on the principle of equity. So all people should equally get access to the quality health care. So it talks about people's participation, social equity. It's all brought upon that principle: social equity, people's participation, and coordination. So everything came into it, primary health care. And then now we are currently living in an era of universal health care or universal health coverage. So past 2000 AD, you might have hearing a lot of health insurance schemes coming up. Before that, health insurance is not that much and big market over here. But after 2000, so we are living in an era of universal healthcare. So here also they talk about the access of people to quality care, but how is the big question. Some people are saying through primary healthcare, some people are saying through an insurance coverage. If people are covered with insurance, they will get an quality healthcare, whether it is in private or public. But usually that doesn't work with the experiences from Western countries. So that is altogether universal health coverage, how to implement it, that is altogether a different topic. Okay. But anyway, so public health has emerged with all these things. First is about disease control, health promotion, social engineering, and health for all. And now currently we are living in an era of universal health coverage. So a brief thing about primary health care. So it is all, what it mainly talks about is go talk to the people, make them to adapt a healthy lifestyle. So educate them, so provide a maximum nutrition supply they want, safe water and sanitation. So even they talked about immunization, they talked about prevention of infections, everything. So during that primary health care phase, non-communicable diseases what not that much happened. They mostly talked about prevention of infection. Okay, so that was the phase of primary health care, the concept of primary health care. Okay, so India is also pledged by 2020 all the people of our country will have an economically productive, healthy life. But it has not happened as we all experiencing now, because there are a lot many reasons, because maybe of shortage of health manpower. So India has largely adapted the curative health culture than preventive health culture, and the high concentration of so unequal what to say concentration of healthcare services in urban areas compared to rural areas. Okay, so overall public health talks about public. It's not an individual approach; it is a population approach. So primary health care is a basic level of health care which every people of the country should get. So that is what the Declaration of Alma-Ata says. Okay, so now we'll talk about keeping that historical part apart. We'll talk about the public health care system in India, how it has been developed. So if you talk about public health in India, first we used to start with the Bore Committee report or Bore Committee report. It was a report of first health survey and development committee constituted during the colonial rule, even before India got independence. So he submitted a report surveying all over the country and developed a comprehensive report for developing a public health care system in India. Still, their recommendations are followed in even now also. Okay, so this, and then the emergence of modern technologies and prevention and disease control methods, and emergence of again more curative aspects of allopathy medicine has been brought in, and then there is a drastic change in public health care system. Okay, so mainly this public health care system consists of main three links. One is central government, one is state government and district government. Central, they will make policies, they will guide, they will assist, they may give funding. Okay, they may evaluate and coordinate whether the health program, national level health programs are working or not. So in India, by constitution, health of the people is the responsibility of the state. So state will be the implementing organization agency. Okay, state government, state health ministries, and comes a local district thing. So because India is administratively, the divided state has districts. Okay, so district level also there will be a bureaucrat who is looking after all the implementation of health of the people. Okay, these three works in a coherent manner. If any distortion happens in these things, so the delivery of care will be definitely affected. So these are the organs working in center: Union Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, DGHS, Central Council for Health, and the Ministry of Ayush. Okay, so even in classical thing, Ministry of Ayush will not be added in, but anyway, officially it is there. Ministry of Ayush is there. State level, again, State Health Ministry and Directorate of Health Services. So I'm just giving an overview of how public health system is working in India. So who are all involved in it? It's not like everything comes in from space or something. So these many people are responsible. I'm not putting any organogram in this. So each department is having a huge structure. Okay. So now comes to the rural health structure. The rural healthcare system means, so in rural, in India we are adapting three-tier system. One is the lowest level of thing is sub-centers. It is the most peripheral contact point of people to the primary healthcare system. So I talked previously about primary healthcare system, right? So this primary healthcare system or primary healthcare is provided at sub-centers, primary health centers, community health centers. Okay, so this and all basic level of education about vaccination, about healthy lifestyle, everything will be provided in sub center, and then next goes the primary health center. Next from there, if anything happens, okay, so then the people will go for community health center for secondary and tertiary care. So there are 3 levels of care: primary, secondary, and tertiary. Usually primary care will be provided in sub centers and primary health centers. In state like Tamil Nadu, these primary health centers are upgraded into upgraded primary health centers, where we'll have a full-fledged human manpower. Okay, so this may be having little bit of change between states. Okay, and parallelly there is an urban health centers. So depends upon the population in urban areas. Urban health post, we call it as urban health post, will be there. Okay. So in village level, we all know ASHAs. ASHAs are not qualified people, but they are accredited social health activists. They are activists who belong to that community or who belong to that village. Okay, for every 1,000 population, one ASHA will be there, and it is, we all know that rural areas are having Panchayat Raj system, so they are selected from there. Okay, so other persons like indigenous guys and Anganwadi workers will work in village level. So this is an triangle showing the human health resources in India. So if you see, sorry, I don't know whether it is visible or not. So this is village level, sub-center level, primary health center level, community health center level. Okay, so where we have a very main role in Ayush is, if you see the doctors, allopathy doctors and doctors of Ayush. So we enter this public health system only in primary health centers and above that. Okay, so we are not focusing on, we are not working with sub-centers where the primary health care is provided more, but many of the primary health care is also provided in primary health centers. Okay, primary health care is nothing but basic provision. It's a basic health care where people require education, people require basic life support, they require and behavioral change. That primary health center will be a place where people change their behavior. Okay, so next comes the community health centers. Community health centers also, highest role of Ayush doctors will be there, and then above, so Ayush doctors will be posted. Okay, so this is what the basic frame of human resources available. Okay, so I'm just talking about this public health resources. Okay, there are huge private health sector market available. Okay, so now what are the challenges in this public health system in providing and healthcare to the people? One is because access. Not all the primary health centers or sub-centers are distributed evenly in India. So some states are having very strong access to the health centers, and some states are not having that strong public health care system. And again, another important thing is that this rising burden of disease. One is communicable diseases, which I have talked about in disease control phase. So now non-communicable diseases has been emerged. Okay, that is also putting a huge burden on our public health system, and emerging and re-emerging diseases. For example, emergence of COVID-19 is made a huge burden on our public health system that they can't able to tackle it. Okay, so that leads to a lot of death. This is an unexpected, this is an emerging, and some are re-emerging also. Okay, so that has been made a huge burden, and then again overburdened public health system. So because if you go and see the government setups, no, so there will be huge people going over there. Okay, so that is one thing, and then the lack of human resource issues are there, and quality of care. So here comes this rising burden, lack of human resources, and overburden thing makes the quality of care in public health system is a big question mark. Here comes the private health care. Okay, so if quality of care is very, many studies have shown, if quality and behavior of staff, doctors, and then if they are friendly, if they can talk about, if they are having time to talk to the people, that quality, that interaction between doctor and patient, if that improves, or if that is there in any public health hospital, that their patients can go. Patients are going much, and they are happy and satisfactory. So, but it is not happening in ground. So people require some sort of quality healthcare, even though they are not having money. It is putting main huge thing on economic burden on their pocket, still they go prefer private health sector. So nearly around what to say, 80% of the people are using their own money to buy the healthcare. So here the huge market of primary health sector, private health sector is there. And then again, public health system is highly reliant on secondary and tertiary care. Even some people say that India has mistook what is primary health care. So that is what some sort of critical comments also. So if it comes to Ayush health in public health system, so this is the landmark event, that is NRHM. So after the implementation of NRHM, there is an architectural correction in whole public health system has been made. So here the concept of mainstreaming of Ayush and revitalization of local health traditions, the concept has been came. Okay, so after this only our public health system tapped the potential workforce, Ayush workforce, and then they applied into the therapeutics and principles of management of community health problems. So before this NRHM, okay, so Ayush doctors will be working in their own field, except in some states. For example, maybe Ayurveda in Kerala, Siddha in Tamil Nadu, where they are in public health system, but remaining many states. So we can't see any Ayush practitioners in public health system. But after NRHM, so it has totally changed. So many of the Ayush doctors are co-located in this public health system. So it is a huge opportunity which we got. Okay. So usually here the concept of medical pluralism. Medical pluralism is people have a choice of choosing what healthcare they want, what type of healthcare they want. So we are providing the pluralistic medical thing. So our public health system is a pluralistic medical health system. It's like many of the Western world, no? There will be one single medical system, that is allopathy. But here it is a pluralistic health system where our health policy talks about medical pluralism. So here the people, they have the choice of treatment. Okay, so again it will help. Inclusion of Ayush will help to strengthen the functionality of public health system. And then again, these Ayush doctors are utilized for implementation of national health programs where we are having lack in human health resources. Okay. So again, if we talk about the intersection between naturopathy and public health, there are more commonalities. Okay, so for naturopathy, it's actually a primary healthcare system. It's an art of science of philosophy and practice, diagnosis, and prevention of illness. Same public health talks about more or less there is an intersection. Okay, so we are having in strength in managing chronic diseases. In public health also there is a huge crisis. They are already public health is there with the triple burden of disease, but we have a choice of treating these people. Okay, and then many studies have shown that there is increased utilization of CAM or naturopathy and yoga practices compared to past. Even public health sector also, we can see that many naturopathy doctors are posted in there. So there are huge opportunities in both ways. And then what we naturopathy and yoga requires is evidence generation, that is multidisciplinary approach in answering public health needs, not clinical needs of other interests, but public health, what exactly people need. The same thing, this sort of evidence is also required for public health, for changing in evidence. Okay, so evidence-based policy changes will require will need a public health approach in the research. Okay, so this is the common things what we have, what public health also needs. Okay, so currently I'll talk about what are the challenges we face. So for integration of our public naturopathy and yoga into public health system, one is we have a domain which is overlapping with other Ayurveda systems. For example, Ayurveda, they say like naturopathy is nothing but Swasthavirta, Ayurvedic part of drugless therapy is called naturopathy, and they will take yoga. So many systems, there is an overarching thing. So that is the biggest, biggest challenge which we face. Okay, but we need to make a domain. So what is naturopathy and yoga? This is what naturopathy and yoga. Even I think Enigma has made an effort to make an white paper, listen document related to what is naturopathy and yoga and how it is not overlapping with other systems of medicine. Even though all systems will overlap, but the main problem is, so we as a naturopath, we talk about people's natural way of living. Okay, so we can't patent the people's natural way of living. Okay, So for example, we ask the patient to drink some glasses of water, follow this, but we can't pattern that I said for this disease you drink this much glass of water. That is the problem. Okay, so that is also one of the problems. Okay, and other thing is that there are traditional naturopaths. Okay, so who are climbing for an what to say, accreditation for them, and then there are a lot of unqualified people who are there. So this is the big challenge. Why? Because if something goes wrong with this traditional naturopaths are unqualified, directly the name of naturopathy and yoga will hit the people's mind. Okay, and then another challenge is statutory self-regulation or maybe central regulation for commonalities, because if central has an documented policies or documented regulation over the practice of naturopathy and yoga, that will be a huge milestone in the public health system where we can easily get in. Okay, so this regulation also helps us for the, which I mentioned in last point, making an credentiality for insurance companies. I already told we are living in an era of universal health coverage. So we will get a lot of credentials by insurance companies. If insurance companies are giving credentials for naturopathy, or they are recognizing naturopathy and BNYS, then many people will turn. So we should work on that aspects also. Okay, so mostly we next is about the individual approach versus population based approach. Right now, because this conferences, many meetings, many health talks, right now we are giving, that is a population based approach. But still, if we focus more on population based approach, we'll get more data. Okay, so that will help in generation of lot of evidences. Okay, and then main another thing is that this is my personal opinion, I don't know, so we are more focusing on therapeutics than the behavioral change. Okay, behavioral change requires lot of efforts. Okay, it is very difficult, but our strength is making people to change. Okay, so if we do that and we will generate evidence related to behavioral change, then that is a huge evidence for public health or public health system of the country. And then another important thing is that upgradation of education. So in current context, we need public health aspects, community medicine based things, and some current market what it is demanding, that sort of changes we need to make. And then we are lacking in evidence generation. We are generating evidence, but in one aspect like clinical evidence and all those things, but what applying to the larger population, we need to generate that sort of evidence for making the changes in public health. So right now in Tamil Nadu, public health system is working, nearly around 200 doctors are working in public health system, and they are generating lot of data, they are giving lot of awareness. This sort of things, if it happens all over country, then that will be fine. Okay, and then we as the naturopathy and yoga physicians, we lack what health policy says, what are the opportunities in national health programs, how the process of government health, public health works. If we know that, we can be able to pitch in somehow. Okay, because compared to other Ayush systems, so for example, take Ayurveda, there are a lot of Ayurvedic persons working on as in a bureaucratic level. Okay, but naturopaths, I used to encourage people to go into this alternative streams also. Okay, so try to enter into a bureaucratic level. So we need to fight for our system. So this sort of efforts, it is a long effort, but it is also what to say, it is an alternative aspects of strengthening our system. Okay, and then we practitioners, there are many individual practitioners who are very high or very highly what to say, valued among people, but there is no coherent effect. One is very high, one is working somewhere. So there is an isolated individual practitioners who put efforts, but the coherent effort is not visible. But public health and for integrating naturopathy into public health will need that coherent effect. Okay, and I talked about the insurance companies' credentialities. Though these are the challenges, we have lots of opportunities too. Okay, as I already told, we have untapped private market. Okay, why private market is open? Because there is limitations in public health system. Okay, in the current era of universal health coverage, if we dominize our public health and then we approach a lot of insurance companies. Okay, so if they include our BNYS profession or recognize, then that will open a huge market for practicing private practice of naturopathy and yoga physicians. Okay, so and then there are a lot of opportunities for behavioral change aspects. Okay, so this behavior determines the health of the public, especially chronic diseases. So we have the strength which we are working on. We'll talk about the healthy lifestyle and all those things. It is a behavioral change. Okay, and then another important thing is that somewhat shifting the research paradigm with though RCTs are very important, but for public health we need whole system research approach. There are many sort of things. It's not like a treatment works for this. That's how this steam bath works. This and all basic research. So applied research, applied to public health research is what we require for strengthening ourselves into the public health system. And then we are having a huge opportunity to practice with integrated system, like all your systems together and even allopathy together. That is, we are having large number of scopes. And then we need to have appropriate understanding about public health. And then we have many doctors working who already entered in public health. They may act as an ambassadors to tap people, to educate people. They have a huge resources for generating evidences. And then we do have an international recognition. Okay, so even WHO has produced a benchmark for training in naturopathy. So we have an international recognition. Even national level also, national health policy talks about medical pluralism. So we have it. Okay, so but it is mostly grabbed by other Indian system of medicine, and we are getting least. Okay, so it may be due to lack of evidence, or I can say from my perspective, I'm not giving a negative aspect, but if you generate lot of evidence which requires public health policy to change, definitely there will be a change. So that is what my opportunities which we have. Okay, so and finally, if I talk about public health education, see, public health is huge. India is having a huge market for public health experts. Okay, so usually this public health exposure starts with the usually BNY graduates, especially in Tamil Nadu. BNY syllabus, community medicine is there in third year, so which provides some basic elements of what public health is. Okay, so all undergraduate medical courses will have community medicine. That is the first exposure, and then there are MD in community medicine, which is not open for our system. It is for allopathy. But MPH, there are a lot of colleges providing Master of Public Health in different streams. Your Master of Public Health in health administration, hospital administration, epidemiology, health policy analysis. There are many streams. PG diploma courses are there, and then related to that, MSc clinical epidemiology, MSc clinical research, MSc biostatistics, and population studies. So these are the subjects which are related to public health. So where after completing it, they can enter into the aspects of public health field. Okay, what I am saying is that these all courses will provide an opportunity for BNY's graduates to learn about public health research, what public health research is about, and what as a BNYS we require. Okay, so right now there are only few public health persons who have completed the BNYS graduation. So up to my knowledge, there are hardly 10 or 5 or 6. Okay, so if we generate lot of people who are having who can work into the public health stream or public health aspect, there are many NGOs, many research institutes, many national level organizations. For example, national health resource centers. It is there in every state. It is there in all the states, and it is national level also. It is there. So there are a lot of avenues, but only thing is that they need to expert in this. They need a lot of understanding, a lot of efforts to learn what is public health all about. Okay, so that is what I think. Overall, the public health education makes the people to understand what is public health and how we can link naturopathy, yoga, and public health. Okay, and it will give the idea of what type of research, what type of evidence we need to generate. So finally, concluding remarks, so we can more focus on primary health care and preventive aspects. Okay, prevention itself, there are the primordial prevention, primary prevention, secondary prevention, and tertiary prevention. Wherever you talk about prevention. Okay, for example, if a people comes to you with with advanced diabetes, you talk about we are very strong in preventing you to stop your advancement of disease. That is the secondary level of prevention. Okay, so primary level of prevention talks about before the disease has been entered. Even primordial level of prevention is there, where the people takes unhealthy habits. So we can stop in that level also. Okay, so this preventive aspects we can focus more on. And then chronic diseases and health behaviors, which is the need of public health, is our opportunity. And then again, we need a lot of research. There are different types of research, especially if it comes into public health, qualitative need assessment, monitoring and evaluation, health beliefs, health seeking, many things are there. So we need to talk, or we need to enter into that aspects. Then again, tapping the huge private health sector, though it is not public health, but it's all because in India, around 50% or more than 50% of the healthcare is provided in private sector. And then 80% of people are spending from their pocket. Okay, it's not the government or providing anything. Okay. And then also one thing, keep an eye on national health policies, national health programs. For example, Ayushman Bharat, which talks about latest insurance coverage scheme. So whether you just focus on whether naturopathy is included in that one, or whether there are problems, how to include in these many things. And then another important thing I usually talk about, constant alternative narratives. So there will be definitely there will be a lot of criticisms about naturopathy and yoga, but we need to constantly put our strengths. Okay, constantly need to put our strengths. Naturopathy and yoga physicians. We should not stop that. Okay, naturopathy won't work, and that sort of things won't work actually. So we have evidence, we have strengths, but we need some sort of coherent effort to take it forward. Especially if we are very strong in, or if we are in any health programs, if we are strong in providing a solution for a public health problem, then we will have a strong hold into the public health. Okay. So thank you. That is what I want to conclude. I think, hope I'm on time, or 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Health is of real public interest, and the best protection for public health is prevention, as you mentioned, at different levels. And then comes a cure. And natural living through naturopathy and yoga is the key to public health. Thank you, sir, for providing us insight on opportunities and challenges in public health for us, that is for the system of naturopathy and yoga. Thank you for your invaluable time and very informative session.
Thank you. So any questions? I'll conclude.
So right now, there are no.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We have amongst us our next speaker, which well said, your struggles develop in your strengths. Your struggles develop your strengths. When you go through hardships and decide not to surrender, that is your real strength. Our speaker, Dr. Amal Roshan, is one such personality who is passionate in the field of fitness and hence got certified as a fitness expert and sports nutritionist. Currently, he is working as a medical officer at National Institute of Naturopathy since past 8 years. He has mastered several root cause therapies like hypnotherapy, NLP, past life regression, rebirth, birth work, inner child healing, etc., and became a main ground for the establishment of Department of Mind-Body Medicine at NIM. He regularly conducts several training programs as well as healing workshops for taking the healing tools to the public. We heartily welcome you, sir. Today, he'll be giving us insight on self-hypnosis, a new avenue in naturopathic medicine. Dr. Amal Roshan.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hope I'm audible. Can you just confirm?
It's fine.
All right. Just sharing my PPT and just confirm if it is visible.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, hello everyone. So nice connecting with all of you. So let us get into it. We hardly have half an hour. We have so much to learn, so much to understand. So we will start understanding this by addressing these 3 questions. So first of all, why self-hypnosis into naturopathy? Second, what is self-hypnosis? And third is how to do self-hypnosis. Okay, so I will try to cover everything so that you'll get a clear clarity. It is a big, vast topic, which usually we at least take 2-day workshop to completely understand this, which I'm just bringing it into a capsule form. So we started this department of mind-body medicine. This is a new addition into this naturopathy field. Our NIN's director, Professor Dr. K. Satyalakshmi, it was her dream, her vision to start a department like this. And I became instrumental to do this. So this is a definition which I give. We can also call this mind-body medicine as psychosomatic medicine. So we can just define this as the art and science of healing our body using our mind. Of course, we are going to heal our body using our mind. How are you going to do that? By releasing suppressed emotions. Okay, so whatever we have suppressed into our system, into our energy body, or we can say into our physical body. So these emotions, of course, cause distress in the body. It can cause illness. So we need to release whatever we are holding on. Then we need to change the negative beliefs which we are holding on. Okay, whatever beliefs within us create negative thoughts, more negative emotion. So this is going to completely damage our body. So we need to change, reprogram these negative beliefs, and we need to tune it positively towards health and harmony. So this reprogramming and completely making our mind set up into a positive angle action. This is the key element of mind-body medicine therapies. So there are so many treatment systems which we grab into this. So this is like the first maybe the first department of mind-body medicine fully functional, where you can come into a hospital, get treated for your all these physical illness using your mind. So we use hypnotherapy. Of course, hypnotherapy is a main tool through which we can actually reprogram our mind. So we use NLP, neuro-linguistic programming. We use something called inner child healing, a very powerful technique to release the traumas that we had acquired during our childhood. We use some advanced breathing techniques called rebirthing breathwork. So there are many emotional releasing techniques, cathartic meditations, advanced meditations. So using all this stuff, just by using your mind, actually, we can heal your body. So starting from, it can be simple, common cold, fever, anything, advancing to cancer. So whatever it may be, actually, we can really deal it with our mind. This is what we are going to understand today. So self-hypnosis is just a part of it, 1% of the mind-body medicine therapy. So to answer the why self-hypnosis, we need to just understand the science of epigenetics. So I will just cover it roughly. So we know that we are all made up of cells, and we are this colony of cells. Okay, we're not a single organism. We are just a colony. So we are made up of so many, almost 30 to 50 trillion cells. So we are a community. We are not a single person. So if there are so many individual units within us, so many cells within us, so there should be someone to govern everything, isn't it? So all these cells are working in harmony, sharing, caring, loving, that is the language between the cells. So when they are working in such a coordination, such a cooperation, such love, so how it is actually possible? There should be something to govern it. So in a rational way, we can say it as brain. Okay, so from the mental point of view, we see it is a subconscious mind, which is actually controlling, coordinating everything, every activity in this human body, so that all these cells can exist in harmony. So if we can understand how one cell works, we can understand how these 50 trillion cells are working, because it is a miniature. A cell is having its own, its kind of digestive system, the excretory system, immunity system, whatever we have in our body. It is a miniature representation is there in a cell. If we can understand how one cell works, of course, we can get an idea about how these 50 trillion cells are working, about the complete organism that we are. So if we can understand how one cell can heal, we can also understand how these 50 trillion cells can heal. Okay, the secret is actually here. So this field of epigenetics is something which opens the science of naturopathy in a more detailed way. So initially this question was there, if you take one cell, so where is this control coming from? Is the control coming from within, or is the control coming from outside? Initially, we are made to believe this central dogma that we learn in the biochemistry test. Dogma is something based on religious beliefs. Of course, it is not science. So it was believed that the DNA within the nucleus is like the brain of the cell, and the DNA is actually giving the genetic material for making the protein. So everything is coming from the DNA. So we are victims of genetics. This was the belief that we had. Now, when the science of epigenetics came, what they did is that they took a micropipette and they sucked out this nucleus. Okay, suppose the nucleus is the brain of the cell, then without the brain, an organism will immediately die. So they took a micropipette and sucked out this nucleus. So, but what happened? Surprisingly, the cell survived for another 2 months. The cell did not die. So we can take a summary like when the enucleation was done, it did not kill the cell. Okay, then they understood that the cell membrane is actually the brain of the cell and nucleus is just the gonad. So nucleus is just the gonad. So it is just a blueprint kept in the DNA to make a new protein. Okay, they understood that the cell membrane has receptors, which is made up of protein. And then when a signal binds to it, so from here actually the control comes. The control comes from outside. It is not coming from inside. Okay, when a signal is actually binding, okay, we can call it ligand. Ligand means something that binds. When the ligand is actually, signal is binding, it activates pathway, which will signal a particular gene to be, or whatever biological function within the cell is to be activated or deactivated. So a gene can be activated through a signal. A gene can be deactivated or down-regulated using a signal. So a simple experiment that was done long ago. So they took multipotential stem cells. The stem cells can actually regrow different kind of tissues. The multipotential stem cells can grow different type of tissues. So when they put different environment for each cells in different petri dish, they actually produce different type of cells. Okay, in environment A, they produce muscles. In B, they produce bone. In C, they produce fat. So when the environment changed, the same genetic material which was there within got activated in a different way. So the epigenetics simply says that our environment controls our genetics. Okay, so if you look at this in a big, look at it like a big picture. So if you consider our body as a petri dish, okay, we have so many 50 trillion cells which are inside this petri dish called the body. So the blood is the culture medium, just like how we do the culturing. So the blood is the culture medium. Then what would be the signals coming into it? Okay, what is the environment? So we deal with two kind of environment. One is internal environment, the secretions, the productions, whatever is happening within the body. And then the external environment, things coming from outside. Okay, so nutrition is a major part. So if you're eating the right kind of food, of course, you'll be healthy. The main part that naturopathy explains. If you're giving the wrong signal, it will actually activate the wrong gene and faulty protein production. We are made up of protein, so faulty protein production might happen. So that will lead to disease. Okay, if you're if you're giving the right signal, this is going to upregulate the health enhancing genes and you're going to be healthy. So now here one problem is there, we completely avoided the mind aspect. Okay, the most powerful signaling part, which is actually coming from the thoughts. So when you think a thought, okay, it activates the neurotransmitters, which in turn actually produces neuropeptides from the hypothalamus, and it activates the hormone production through the pituitary. And there are multiple protein signaling which will start, peptide signaling which will start from this thought process. Okay, this thought signaling, these peptides will travel into our body. It is going to connect with the receptor, and it is actually going to decide the gene upregulation or downregulation, which gene is to be actually activated or deactivated. So the expression of proteins decides our expression of life or the health of the body. If you are producing right kind of protein, your body will be healthy. For example, like in psoriasis, the signaling is totally actually hampered. Therefore, what happens is that faulty protein production is going to happen and you're going to get disease. So this is the key factor. We have three molecules of emotion. Okay, the neurotransmitter, neuropeptides, and the steroids or the hormones. So the thoughts come from the beliefs, the programming that are already you have put into your body. The thoughts come from the beliefs, and thoughts create emotion. So emotion is what mind experienced in the body. Okay, then this actually ends up in health or disease. So it is very important that we need to understand this concept a bit more detail, how much impact it can actually create. So I will tell you one placebo story, which is also having a nocebo element here. So this is a very old article published. So one guy, we can name him as Mr. Wright. So he got lymphoma. He got cancer in his lymph nodes, and tomato-sized tumors were all around his body. So he was. The doctor said that he cannot actually survive more than. I think some sound is coming in the background. If you can mute. Yeah. So the doctor is told that you won't be able to survive long, maximum 1 month, because you're going to die. Because the cancer is progressing, no treatment is working on it. So that was the time when he read in the newspaper that from horse blood serum, they are actually making a drug called Kribiosin, which is going to be very effective in curing cancer. So he actually requested, he was actually begging to the doctor that he needs the medicine. So finally, the doctor had to agree, and the medicine was given, and he got his cancer cured. It was like in days, he was getting better, just like that. And the tomato-sized tumors were melting like cheese, and it was disappearing. So he got completely cured in 10 days, and he went home. So after 2 months, he read in the newspaper that this study actually is a flop. Okay, the Kribiosin is not actually working to cure cancer. Then he came back to the doctor. The doctor understood that it is not because of the drug that he got cured. So then the doctor just gave a normal distilled water injection, telling that this is the more refined, more potent version of the drug, and this will definitely cure you down. So he just explained in more science, which he cannot actually understand. So he finally believed it, and he got the injection, and he again got his cancer cured very fast. Okay, this time he was very happy. He went home. But after 6 months, it was a big news, because this was big bogus. Actually, this drug cannot actually cure cancer in any way. Then this guy got his cancer back. Okay, again, first he cured his cancer. He got his cancer back. Again, he cured. Now this time in 2 days only, because he had no hope. He had no belief to sustain his life, because he was convinced that he's going to die. So in 2 days only, he passed away in the same hospital. So here there is placebo, the positive belief, healing. Okay, there is nocebo, the negative belief, killing. Okay, so let us understand another experiment that they did. Our thoughts can become our experience. So they took 2 groups of people, and they were made to play piano for 2 hours every day. So one group really played, another group played in their mind. They did not really move their hand, but everything was in their imagination. But finally, the brain changes were same for both the group. Okay, there is something called mental gymnastics. Okay, they took 3 groups of people. One group where really did the biceps exercise. Second group just imagined doing the biceps exercise, and third group did not do anything. Okay, but the people who really imagined in their mind doing the biceps exercise, they actually got hypertrophy. Their muscle strength actually increased, and this sustained for another 2 months. So you really don't have to go to gym if you can really have a good imagination. Yeah. So our body and the mind are deeply wired. Okay, our genetics can be completely altered, or the activation of certain genes can be selectively done if we can really tackle into our mind power. Now, the problem is that 90% of the thoughts that we think every day are the same thoughts. If suppose you're seeing a friend, you're not going to think anything new. You're going to just think the same thing that you're programmed in your mind every day. So if it is going to be a negative thought, you're going to get negative emotion every day, and you're going to hit with the disease very fast. The opposite also is actually possible. So you need to consciously reprogram, plan, implant new thoughts, new beliefs. Then only actually you can make a change. Otherwise, you will be self-sabotaging. Even this recent study told that 70% of our regular thoughts are negative. For the majority of the public, 70% of our thoughts are negative. So we are already into the nocebo mode. Negative thoughts, negative emotion. We are manifesting our own illnesses. So what we can do, so there is this 2 mode, growth mode versus survival mode. So when your mind perceives the environment to be safe, okay, this 50 trillion cells don't know what is actually happening outside. When your mind perceives the environment to be safe, your body will relax, grow, regenerate, and repair. If your mind perceives the environment to be unsafe, the opposite is going to happen. So you have to do this, putting new thoughts, new emotion, positive behavior, upregulating health enhancing genes, and getting health and happiness. Okay, so this will, when you get into a positive state of mind, you get more positive thoughts and you're going to be completely healthy. So now this is the why, because your mind and body are super wired, and you cannot change the programming in the subconscious mind just like that. Okay, there should be a tool using which you can enter into the realm of subconscious where all your programming is done. So now we're going to see what is self-hypnosis, how we can actually do it. Now, there are so many definitions of hypnosis. No. Hypnosis is a human condition involving focused attention. So the focused attention is a keyword. Reduced peripheral awareness, you completely focus into a point, and an enhanced capacity to respond to suggestion. So suggestibility is a common factor in every definition you can see. So there is focused attention. Just to simplify it, hypnosis is just a state of mind. Okay, when it is really relaxed, it is programmable, we can say. Okay, so we have this different brain waves. We have gamma brainwave, beta, alpha, theta, delta. You would be familiar with this. When you're active working, beta state. Okay, we are very consciously looking into our work. You move into slight gamma. Extreme Kundalini experience and spiritual experiences usually move into high gamma states. And when you just sit down and relax, you automatically move into alpha. Short meditations, alpha. When you go deeper into what we call the trance, you move into something called theta state, the deep meditative state. So you're in alpha to theta, we call it as hypnotic state. Okay, so when a person is giving the suggestion, like in the definition we can see, when a person is giving suggestion, or when you are giving suggestion to yourself, what happens is that if you can use the right hypnotic suggestions, it will take you into a state of mind where you are totally relaxed. Plus, there is this part called the critical mind, or the analytical mind. This analytical mind actually shuts down. Okay, so how hypnosis is done basically, either there is slow version of hypnosis and faster version of hypnosis. So slow version is you giving suggestions to yourself. Okay, now you just relax down, settle down. Okay, now use your imagination to deepen this relaxation, and automatically where you are going to reach, you're going to reach into the initial level 1 alpha state. So you move into slight light trance. Okay, so the more you deeper move into the trance, what happens is that you become more programmable, because this critical part of the mind, the analytical part of the mind disappears. The subconscious actually opens up for reprogramming. So hypnosis is a normal phenomena that happens in our life. When you drive, you would have often noticed when you are driving in the highway, sometimes you will cover 5-6 kilometers, and suddenly you realize that, oh, I have covered so much of distance. I don't remember what I was doing in between, but the driving was automatically happening. Yeah. So when you're reading your book, you would have noticed that after reading so many pages, suddenly you realize that, oh, I have covered so many pages, but I don't remember what I was reading. So these are normal experiences. This is nothing special. If you do meditation, deep meditation, you move into the same level of mind. So we can say level of consciousness. Okay, it is just altering the level of consciousness so that your subconscious is available for programming. So how do we do it? By giving suggestions. Okay, when you enter into a trance, you are more suggestible. So whatever programming is already done in the subconscious, it can be easily changed or reprogrammed. So there are so many myths about hypnosis. The hypnotist can make you do things against your will. No. In the deepest level of hypnosis also, if you just want to come out, open your eyes, and you will be immediately out of it. Okay, it is, every hypnosis is self-hypnosis. Without your permission, nothing can be done. So once under hypnosis, one can't come out of the state on his own. If you are just leaving someone hypnotized, they will remain like that forever. No, you are still conscious. The part of mind is still on. You can just come back whenever you want. So there is no control factor over there. Only weak-minded people can be hypnotized. No, nothing like that. Even the strongest minded people, if they allow to get hypnotized, anyone can get hypnotized. There is no restriction. There is no people called non-hypnotizable group. Everybody can be hypnotized. The only thing is that they should allow that. Okay, under hypnosis, the subject is totally unconscious. No, only in deep state of trance, deep state of hypnosis. Slight amnesia can happen, but it never happens that you completely forget what happened during the hypnotic session. Under hypnosis, one can be made to reveal his secret, so which is impossible. One of my family member always used to ask me, please hypnotize my husband and reveal all the secret about his girlfriends, so which is never possible. Hypnosis is dangerous. No, there is no danger connected with hypnosis. It is just like meditation, just relaxing down, nothing else. One needs special powers to be hypnotized? Nothing. Anybody can be hypnotized. There are so many people have this misconception. They call this Sammohan Kriya, something like that. That is entirely different thing that doesn't have any connection with hypnosis. A user might become dependent on hypnosis. No, nothing like that. So these are all the common myths that we cover. Usually we encounter when we hear the word, when you come into discussion about hypnosis. So now, we don't have time to get hypnotized. Now we will understand how to do a self-hypnosis. So this basically works on two laws. Number one is law of association and second is law of repetition. So just imagine the Pavlov's experiment when Jan Pavlov was ringing the bell and before giving the food. So the dog started salivating whenever that stimulus was coming. It became an anchor for the dog. Whenever the sound of the bell is coming, it immediately gets the salivation. So similarly, we are going to do something. Okay, we are going to do something. Some associations are going to be created. And then we are going to repeat it again and again so that our mind gets programmed that whenever you do this, immediately you will move into deep state of trance, deep state of relaxation, however you want to call it. Yep. So this is actually the simplest way we can define self-hypnosis. Now, there is no one else here to give suggestion to you. So all suggestions are actually your own. So you're going to give self-suggestion and you're going to enter into trance. So how we are going to do it? So we are going to use 3 bells, just like Jan Pavlov used his bell. We have 3 bells, 3 anchors. So first is a physical key, a sensation. Second is an emotional key, an emotion. Third is an intellectual key, intellectual word, and a word which makes sense. We will understand it more detail. So any hypnotic hypnosis process actually is having four stages or 4 parts in there. Number 1 is part. Okay, you should get into the trance. You should do something to get into trance. Second is a deepening part. You're going to deepen your trance. You're going to go more deeper into this trance. And the third is the change work. What change you're actually wanting to do. And the fourth is coming out of this trance. It's very important. The 4th stage is very important. You should not leave yourself in that hypnotic mode. You may come out, you may open your eyes. Still your mind may be super programmable. So some negative emotions can, if you're watching some negative news or something after getting out of self-hypnosis without breaking the hypnotic state. So that can actually create a negative impact for some time in you. So how to do this process? You should relax yourself in a semi-comfortable position. Just relax your body and become very comfortable. You should be undisturbed. Now, step 1, what you're going to do is to create an ego sensation. You just go through this and I will show you how to do it. Create an ego sensation, a sensation in your body. We call it physical key. Then you're going to use your imagination and send it in your body. And then whenever it reaches the breathing part, you're going to put an emotional key there. Then you're going to put an intellectual key there. Then you're going to deepen it down. So deepening is usually done by counting down from 10 to 1 with a suggestion. Then you will be doing the change work. And then you're going to emerge back. I'll just show you how to do this. Yes. Okay, hope I am seeing, you're able to see me also. We'll go step by step. Okay, now the first thing you're going to do is to just compress your finger. You're going to shake your hands like this. So immediately what happens is that you start feeling a sensation in your hand. Okay, this is a physical key. Every time your mind notices that this sensation is there, it will associate this with trance. Okay, the more you practice it. After feeling the sensation, you're going to keep it on your thighs. Okay, then you close your eyes, then you're going to start giving suggestion to yourself. Okay, you're going to name the sensation first. Now I'm feeling a tingling in my hand, so I'm going to name it as a relaxing tingling sensation. I'm going to put it on my thighs. I'm going to say that as this wave of relaxing tingling sensation is moving down into my body, every body part coming in contact with this is releasing all the stress and moving into a deep state of relaxation. Okay, this is a suggestion. Now I'm going to send the sensation down through my knees, down through my ankle into the feet. Okay, then I'm going to bring it up into the thighs, into my abdomen, and then into my chest. Okay, once it is reaching the chest, I'm going to take a deep breath and I'm going to exhale. As I'm exhaling, whatever positive emotion I'm feeling, I'm going to put an emotional key there. Usually peace is a common emotion that everybody can feel after a deep exhalation. I'm going to say that as this wave of tingling, relaxing sensation, is coming into my chest, I'm breathing in as I'm exhaling, peace. Okay, repeat this peace word. This is the emotional key, and feel the peaceful sensation within your body. Peace. Okay. Now from here, I'm going to say to myself, and now this wave of relaxation is moving up into my head, and it is coming down to my eyes. Now here we are going to use the third key, which is the intellectual key. Okay, I'm going to say deep hypnotic sleep. So what does deep hypnotic sleep mean? Move into a deep state of relaxation. Okay, intellectually it means that go into a deep sleep. So I'm going to say deep hypnotic sleep. So immediately use your imagination. As I told you, there are three components of hypnosis. Number one is absorption. Bring your attention to one point. Second is imagination. Okay, you really have to imagine, then only actually you will move into deep trance. So use the imagination. Now you're going to give a suggestion to you that as I'm counting down from 10 to 1, with every count I say, my relaxation is going to become 2 times more deeper or 5 times more deeper as you like. Okay, so then in your mind you count down 10. Use your imagination, how it will feel if you're getting 2 times more deeper. 9, 8, 7, 6. So you only will use your imagination and deepen your trance. Okay, by the time you reach 1, you're going to feel totally relaxed. Okay, when you do it for the first time, you will not feel much different. But when you repeat it at least for 21 days, you're going to feel the deepest trance. You will just experience disconnected from the world. So it needs practice. As I told you, it works on 2 laws. One is law of association. We are associating this with a sensation, an emotion, and an intellectual key. And then there is a law of repetition. You need to repeat. You need to program. Every time you program, the neuroplasticity happens, your wiring will happen, your mind will associate this process with deep trance. Second time you practice, third time you practice, fourth time you practice, fifth time you practice. This will totally get wired in your brain that the moment you do this, you're immediately going down into deep trance. So how much ever tense you are, how much irritated you are, if you just do this, you will immediately move down into deep trance. So then comes the work. After going into trance, what are you going to do? Okay, just as we saw in the previous cases which I mentioned, if you can imagine, your biology can be changed. Okay, so how are you going to work on it? So the easiest thing, if you want to give it to your patients, or suppose if it is a back pain patient or a cancer patient, okay, whoever it may be, okay, you are just going to take them into this visualization. Just ask them that you visualize this reality where you have completely cured your disease. Okay, when you're going to do this, the problem is that you need to overcome your environment, what is in the reality, you need to overcome your body, what is being felt in the body, you need to overcome time. So this is something which is going to happen in a future time. So this is to be done in an associated view. Means you should be feeling that you are in a body. Let it be the year 2000, let it be July, the month of July. And you're just going into that future, you're completely healed. And you're in the body, you're looking at your body in the imagination and feeling this lightness, feeling this freshness. And you're sharing this with your friend that I completely got cured. I've been practicing self-hypnosis and I've been putting positive emotions into my body, and my genes got upregulated, health enhancing genes got upregulated, and I'm completely healed. I'm feeling great. Now you're going to, in the imagination, you're going to really feel that emotion. When you feel that emotion, as I told you, the brain cannot differentiate between imagination and the reality. It processes both equally. So the signals in the brain are going to reach the cells. Okay, we have these stem cells within us. We can actually manufacture anything. There is no limitation for body's healing. Technically, when you look from epigenetic perception, then the healing actually happens. Okay, this will not happen just by doing once. You need to stay there as long as possible. At least you need to bring it up to 15 minutes to 30 minutes. You should stay in that trance, in that imagination. Feel the emotion. Feel the emotion. The more you're going to feel the emotion, the faster the healing is actually going to happen. This is one way we can use self-hypnosis, using visualization, or you can actually put more meaning and feel the emotion. The meaning, so putting the meaning is very simple, like affirmations. So in the state of trance, you're going to say that I understand that my body heals. Every cell in my body has the ability to regenerate and heal. If I can just relax, all the tension will go away. The more I relax, the faster I heal. I enjoy healing. I enjoy eating healthy food. So likewise, you can just put whatever makes sense to you. According to your understanding, you need to put all those positive words, positive possibilities, whatever you can do. And it should be like in present tense. Okay, the more you experience it, the more present it is, the more better you feel. So change work can be done in many other ways. I'm just giving you a glimpse of how it can actually be utilized. And this will take you into a different state of body itself. The mind changes, the experience changes, you feel more positive. You start focusing on, if you can just do it on your patients, train them to do self-hypnosis, they will stop focusing on the disease, they will start focusing on healing. And the healing becomes so easy. Okay, we are just removing all the suffering. We have the pain, which is really what is felt in the body, and the suffering is actually created by the mind. So we can just get out of the suffering part. You just tune them into healing. So if they can do it at least 10 times in a day, they are going to heal much faster. Technically, from an epigenetic point of view, they are going to signal their genes to heal as fast as possible. So this is a summary. I think the time is out. This is a summary of how we can actually use mind-body therapies. So there are so many different therapies which can be used in so many different ways. I think I'm just concluding here.
Thank you, sir. It said, when there are thoughts, there are actions. When there are actions, there is growth. And when there is growth, there is a happy living. For your session, we have one question by the participant. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much.
Yeah. How we'll get to know that emotions are suppressed and causing problem for the person, for the front person?
I didn't get you.
How we'll get to know that the emotions are suppressed and causing the problem for the person?
Okay. So we usually take a very detailed case history, something like how we take it in the TCM method. If you have learned traditional Chinese medicine, we go way too deep, asking every bit, and how much ever deep we can go. Actually, we can go very deep, questioning them about each part of their life. We'll start from the womb. Okay, when they were conceived by the mother. From the womb state, we move into the childhood. Whatever data we can collect, we just keep collecting it, and then so we keep on asking in a very detailed way. So automatically, when you learn this mode of therapies, actually there are different methods of healing, especially like the inner child work and all. You will automatically understand that whenever from the conversation itself, actually we can catch up, because it is a skill. That is all I can say. It will come through experience. Once you learn the basics about how the traumas come, so when you really do take a detailed case history, you will easily understand it. Okay. So there is no other way. So they will hint us. There will be keywords which they will say when they move through a particular timeline in their life. So using the keywords, we can very easily understand that there is some trauma there.
How much session time does it take to hypnotize a person having high resistance?
We cannot hypnotize a person who is having resistance, because a person should be willing. As I told, every hypnosis is self-hypnosis. If someone is not willing, it is never possible. So we use other techniques to take the person into trance. For example, the breathwork technique, we use something called rebirthing breathwork. They have to just breathe. Okay, when you hyperventilate in a very faster rhythm, automatically your brain waves moves into deep alpha or even theta level. So it is very easy then to process it, because the resistance automatically disappears. So there are so many other modalities which you can use. So, but hypnosis, no, we cannot hypnotize a person if they are not willing.
Okay. Very beautifully you explained, sir. Hypnosis is the epitome of mind-body medicine. It can enable the mind to tell the body how to react and modify the messages that body can send to the mind. Thank you, sir, for illuminating us on why, what, and how on self-hypnosis and its role in naturopathic medicine. Thank you, sir, for your invaluable time and an informative session. Moving ahead, our last speaker of today's technical session. It said there is no limit to accomplish. Our upcoming is a live example of who actually proves it's true. She's Dr. Jyoti Keswani, a lady with a sparkling aura, a kind-hearted persona, a true healer, multi-talented and multitasking personality, the distinguished physician and a lovely teacher. Post BNYs, she pursued diploma in Siddha medicine from Tamil Nadu and certificate course in physiotherapy from AICT. Later, she completed her PG and PhD in yoga from Barkatullah University, Bhopal. She's qualified UGC NET Yoga. With more than 21 years of experience, Dr. Jyoti had worked with Union Carbide survivors of Bhopal at Sambhavana Trust, where her role was to improve their status of health and quality of life through yoga and naturopathic lifestyle interventions. She also worked in Dr. Ganguly Charitable Hospital, Bhopal. Currently, she is working as a professor and HOD yoga department at Sant Hirdaram Medical College of Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences for Women, Bhopal. She has published more than 30 articles and research papers, and she's the author of book Sprouts, which is recently published. I welcome you, ma'am, wholeheartedly. Today, she'll be enlightening us on yoga for women. Dr. Jyoti Keswani. Ma'am, you are not audible.
Okay, yes, I was muted actually. Namaskar. Thank you, Saraswati, for such a awesome introduction. I did not think of so many things that I have done. Okay, but thank you anyways. And I wish ahead of time in advance International Day of Yoga to all who are attending on Zoom and on YouTube. And let's hope that yoga becomes a part of life of everybody. And like we are trying to promote it and establish in all aspects of the life. Anyways, my topic today is yoga for women, and I feel it's very important that the women understand the importance of yoga in their lives. And before I start, I just want to convey one message that it is a common belief nowadays that yoga is like about practicing some asanas, postures, exercises, and doing some breathing exercises, pranayamas, etc. No, friends, yoga is not just asanas, not just pranayamas. It is a way of life which has to be incorporated in your mind, in your habit, and it should become a way of thinking also. So if you think in the terms of yoga, if you eat, think in the terms eat in the terms of yoga, everything. So live yoga, I say. So with this, I will share my screen and I'll start my topic today. Is yoga for women. Just a second. Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Thank you.
Ma'am, what are you sharing? Is it a PPT?
Yes, yes.
We are not still able to see it.
It is paused somehow. I'll just share it again.
Yes, ma'am, sure.
The screen is getting paused. I don't know why. I'll just try once again. Yes. It has started now? Yes?
Yes, ma'am, it has, ma'am.
So the topic today is yoga for women, and again it's a very vast topic, but let's try to finish it in some slides and take a message that we have to incorporate yoga in every aspect of our life, not only our practices but also in our thinking. So we know that women constitute a major part of the population. Almost like 48% of the population is of women, and it is still growing at the annual rate of 1.82. And we all know and understand also, everybody understand that woman is the foundation of the family. So she works as a multitasker. Why? Because she's taking care of the family, she's taking care of our job, because she's educated now and she's working also. With this education, she like is bound to pay attention to the studies of their child. So a woman, which is like my personal experience, also has to take care of a number of things in around her, like in her family, and even she has to interact socially also. So this brings a problem that there is always a lack of time for most of the women, and this lack of time reflects more on their health. Okay, so you will see your mother, you will see any lady in your family, she will be busy feeding everybody else, she will be taking care that sab log doodh pee rahe hain ki nahi, everybody is taking milk and medicines on time and all, you know? But she herself many times forgets to eat, she sleeps less, she eats less, she compromises with the nutrition level also, she compromises with a number of things. Okay, now this slowly accumulates as a faulty lifestyle, and now we know that a number of health issues, in fact almost all of the health issues, are somehow related to lifestyle and stress. Okay, and these two factors are very important, they have become very like crucial, and they have also become a part of a woman's life, who is particularly if she's doing a multi-dimensional role, she's working also, she's at home also, she's teaching also, and she's sometimes studying also, like many of my friends. So and the thing is that a woman's body is a marvelous thing, marvelous entity, we can say. Why? Because the amount of transition, the number of transition a woman goes from like birth to her elder years, it is remarkable. Like at puberty, she changes physiologically, psychologically, even the body shapes and all, you know. And again at the time of menopause, she changes in between, when she is giving birth to her children, then also she changes. So with this, with every change, with every transition, a number of physiological and psychological issues set in, which if are not addressed timely and properly, they can accumulate and they can manifest as a major health issue. So now the main causes of women's health issues in India, they can be gender related, because as we know that, and with India in like infant mortality rate and even female feticide rate is so high. So right from the beginning, their health is neglected in many parts of India. Now it has become very less, but it still there are gender discrimination which women face. There are socioeconomic factors. So the some persons, yes, some members of the family will receive more care and even nutrition and psychological assistance than a female counterpart. So this has led to a number of health issues, and if we go on to see statistics, the health more which are connected with the female mortality are cardiovascular reproductive problems. So in this particular presentation, I am talking more about reproductive issues, and as we know that the neglect which is highlighted, yeah, which is reflected in what? high rate of cervical cancer, breast cancer, UTI, and many of the menstrual disorders, particularly leukorrhea, is very common because hygiene is again the main issue. And must have seen the movie Padman, and there he was trying to spread awareness about using hygienic measures during menstruation. So apart from that, physiological issues, there are a number of psychological issues also, which are again related to socioeconomic factors, gender related factors, and as well as the changes, the transitions which a woman undergoes a number of times in her life. So related to the hormonal factors. So the common disorders which are related to the psychological health are common mental disorders, in which unipolar depression is very common, GAD, generalized anxiety disorders. It is 2 to 3 times higher in females than males. And there are again more things like to be added here in the causes, because if a woman is not earning, she is always like financially dependent on the spouse, on her husband. So because of that also there are issues. So I have seen many people who are always like worrying about their financial security, and are in a wrong relationship also, undergoing a lot of abuse and all, but still they are not able to come out of that because of the financial insecurity. We read all these in newspapers a lot. So I was, as I was saying, I will focus more on the reproductive health. So as I said, there are a lot of transitions throughout the life. So that's why reproductive health is very important, because this is reproduction which is sustaining the earth. Because of this, population is there, because otherwise if a woman is not there, who will bear children? So that has to be taken care of, and that has to be understood by everybody, not only that particular woman or a lady, but everybody in her family, father, who like brother, everybody has to understand the importance of a woman in the family, because she's the foundation of the family. Now if we see, go on reproductive problems, there are a number of problems like cervical cancer, breast cancer. They are very common, but like particularly here I'm talking about more common problems which like start from the beginning, like of the puberty se shuru, okay, like they start from the puberty and they go on till the menopause. And stage by stage they go on facing a number of problems. For example, if the hormonal imbalance and lifestyle problems are there, PCOS is seen, dysmenorrhea is seen. If there are more like stress related problem, then again the menstrual irregularities will come. If there are hygiene related issues, leukorrhea is very common, and even UTI, which I have not added here. And as she grows, coming towards her elderly and middle life, she starts facing perimenopausal health issues, which again they last for many years, and they can cause a number of problems, both physically and psychologically. Now all these changes can be directly or indirectly attributed to the hormonal disturbances, because even if there are emotional disturbances, they will reflect in the hormonal imbalance. If there is stress, it will again come in the hormonal imbalances. If there are metabolic derangements, it can also be related to the lifestyle and stress. So first we will talk about some hormones which are playing a major role in maintaining the reproductive health. So they are like hypothalamus, pituitary, like they both work in as a team, maintaining the hormonal levels. And as I will not go into details of this. Then there is estrogen and progesterone. The thyroid hormones, they affect metabolism, they affect the menstrual cycle by interacting with a number of other factors. Then insulin, it is the role of insulin is being studied, even melatonin also, but they have been found to affect on the menstrual functions, reproductive functions during through many pathways. Then if we talk about stress, so stress has become a major issue of concern also, and major issue of discussion also. Okay, so we have seen that like stress can affect a number of functions. So if we have studied fight or flight reaction, we must be remembering that during that fight and flight reaction, many functions are increased. Okay, for example, muscle contraction, pupil dilatation, insulin. blood sugar level and all these things. But two functions are there, 2 or 3 functions are there which are reduced. So first is growth hormone secretion, which again affects the growth if it is faced by girls in the age of the puberty. If it is coming later, then it affects the menstrual cycle, HPHPO axis. Okay, and then if it is coming during the menopausal time, then again it brings about a number of physiological, psychological, emotional problems, etc. So then another thing is which is reduced and which is adversely affected or inhibited, that is the function. So today we know that digestion plays a major role in every aspect of our life. So whatever ancestors and previous people used to say, "Jaisa khai ann vaisa hove man," it is just not a myth, and it is just not a saying in air. Okay, it is very relevant and true. Okay, because whatever we eat, that is somehow affecting our behavior, our moods, everything. So now it is being explained with the help of serotonin and all these kinds of neurotransmitters. Then another function which is inhibited is the reproductive function. So how it is inhibited, you can see it here. Then that hypothalamus which produces CRH and VP, it affects the GnRH, and then it adversely affects the reproductive functions. So this is how it works. So there are a number of mechanisms through which the stress and kind of these psychological and emotional issues can affect the ovarian cycles and the reproductive normal reproductive functions. So next we will come to lifestyle. So we know that we have a pattern of getting up, sleeping, eating, everything. So in yoga we explain it through panch pranas. Okay, so every prana has a particular time of actions that can be related to the circadian rhythm also. And it has been noticed that if people are having if you're working in corporate sectors, and particularly in shift type of jobs, like for example night shift persons, they are more prone to stress and the related issues. Okay, so this can be attributed to the disturbances in the melatonin levels. And why this melatonin level, as we had seen in previous slides, that it also connects to the normal reproductive health. Now this melatonin secretion, it can be regulated through maintaining the proper sleep timings, proper eating timings and all. Particularly sleep, it is more related to. Then there is faulty dietary habits. Now it has been proven now that if you are in a habit of eating more of the fast foods and more carbohydrate loaded foods plus trans fats. Okay, there are these fast foods which are processed, so it leads to insulin resistance. And insulin resistance has now been related to and it has been proven also with PCOS. So again, sedentary lifestyle, it increases weight, and with increased weight, with increased fat in the body, again the risk of reproductive issues like PCOS are also increased. Now, in my practice, I have seen many gynecologists and doctors who send the women who are facing problems with conceiving, infertility issues are there, that you go first and reduce your weight. They send them for yoga, and then after they reduce weight, then they start their proper treatments for infertility and all, because they say if there is so much of fat in the body, you will not be able to. So see, it is directly the obesity and sedentary lifestyle can directly be related to the reproductive health. Now, it has also been seen, I was reading some research papers, that addictions and like smoking and alcohol and all, they create hormonal imbalances, and they bring about disruptions in normal reproductive health, particularly menstrual cycles in females, and even in males, it affects the quality of the sperm. So this is how we have to understand the importance of maintaining a proper lifestyle, which yoga always says. So we'll come to that in further slides. Now, as I was saying like few minutes back, that we have to think about the gut health also, which is influenced by our lifestyle also, and the what kind of foods we are eating. So now gut brain axis everybody has studied now that and we know that gut microbiome is directly responsible to a number of functions and number of aspects of our physical health and also mood related issues. So it has been seen and it has been researched also that if there are these females who have recurrent pregnancy losses, they were found to have more undiagnosed gut disorders, particularly celiac disorders were more common in these females, and it was related to the pregnancy losses or miscarriages. And why it was thought so? Because undiagnosed gut disorders, they lead to inflammatory reactions inside the body, and because of that it affects the reproductive health. Now this can be said that it is because gut microbiome, it converts the bound isogen to free and because of that if gut problems are there, then reproductive issues can be seen. Then again, unhealthy microbiome also leads to problems like endometriosis, PCOS, as endometrial hyperplasia and infertility. In my practice, I have seen that the girls with dysmenorrhea, they are like more having constipation. So once you treat constipation, I feel, and I have experienced this, that half of their problem of the pain goes, because again this kind of disrupts the whole body. So it is said in Hindi ki pet saaf to sab saaf. So that is also again it's very true, because once your bowels are clean, your body is free of toxic products, then your drastically improves. So if we go further, then this unhealthy microbiome, which can be why, so we should also know why microbiome becomes unhealthy. It is because of our, again, faulty lifestyle, the kind of food we eat. So in yoga we say we have to eat sattvic diet. So what is sattvic diet? It is freshly cooked, free of chemical irritants, free of many preservatives and all. It should not be stale. It should not be too spicy and all. So and apart from that, sattvic diet, they say ki minimum medicine. So like Hippocrates has said, let food be a medicine. So when we are making our food, cause of disease, how it can be medicine. So we have to take care of the diet also, because what you are eating, it directly affects the microbiome. If it becomes healthy, then again there is impaired immune functions. It leads to chronic inflammation. Then this chronic inflammation affects adversely progesterone levels, and it has been seen to result in implantation failures and even autoimmune responses, leading to adverse effects on the fertility. Again, it also leads to formation of the anti-sperm antibodies. Again, the reproductive health is compromised. So this is very easy to talk, but and easy to say also, but sometimes if you meet the patients, yeah, persons who are having difficulties conceiving, so you should see your pain. So it you know it becomes so important to have a child in our life, and when we are not able to do because of any reasons, then it becomes very, very painful. So I will now move on to this was all the causes and all, and now I will move on to the yogic perspective of the reproductive problems, which so all of you must have studied Patanjali Yoga Sutra, and I say that Patanjali Yoga Sutra is the best philosophy, best psychology, and best physiology ever, because it explains everything. But before going for that, what are the main things we have to cover? That is Panchkosha theory, which considers our personality to be made of these 5 she's, and so whatever treatment. So this is important to understand, that whatever treatment has to be given, it has to be given on the holistic aspect only. We do not treat body part, we treat body mind as a whole. In fact, body mind consciousness as a whole, we have to penetrate into the thought process of the patient, and we have to correct it there, and that we will be able to do only if we follow this Panchakosha theory interventions. We also know that our personality is composed of sattva, rajas and tamas, these three gunas, and these three gunas determine our personality. With yoga it is possible to move from tamas to sattva. Okay, and it is again very vital to understand that vata, pitta, kapha, these are the three humors, three doshas which regulate our metabolism, and the problems lie within their disturbances or imbalances only. So we have to look after these three doshas only. So if you understand these three concepts, we will be able to take care of the physiological as well as psychological health. But it is very important to understand that our lifestyle is not just the way we live, it is also the way we think. So chitta vrittis, like how we perceive things, okay, how we imagine things, and how we take out the meanings of the things. Okay, so if somebody is saying something, we will go into an illusion, oh this said so, and this will, that rumination of the thoughts will start, and it will go on and on, because that's why our mind is said to be monkey mind, because kahan se it will jump from where to where, we will not be able to understand. Then there are kleshas, and in this particularly Vidya, in last lectures it was very well explained that we know that this is good, but still we are not doing. No, we know this is bad, but still we go on doing that. So this is only avidya. And I will go directly to the raga dvesha, because these are related directly to our desire. So see, our desire has no end, our aspirations have no end. So as we accumulate one thing, we go on to desire other things, and this go on increasing the lack of peace in the mind. So just be satisfied with what we have, like it is said in the niyama, santoshat anuttam sukhalabha. Then dvesha, we simply cultivate the feelings of hatred towards others, even if somebody has not harmed us, and we just do not like the way he walks, he talks, or he behaves. We start feeling a kind of negative feeling for him or her, and with that our conflict start, with that our negative states of mind start, and with that jealousy and all these things start, and that harms not the person with whom you are keeping that kind of dvesha, it will harm you only. That, and we have to understand that. Agnivesha, again agnivesha is the fear of death, fear of losing something, so that constantly is with us. And like we have read the story, na, ki Gautam Buddha was given 2 blankets, and by somebody was donated 2 blankets, and he just gave away 1 blanket. The story goes something, but I will just say in the short that what about tomorrow, if you like we may need, you may need 2 blankets, so that we'll see tomorrow. So if we so that we have not to use that fear of losing something as our attachment, as a point of our attachment, and that attachment will bind to more things. So all these things will come out, yeah, will manifest in the form of a number of chitta vikshepas, like vyadhisthana, sanshaya, pramad, alasya. Vyadhisthana, sanshaya, pramad, these are all at the like physical level. We simply we know that it's very good time to do some nadi shodhan pranayama. Oh, abhi to I'm not feeling so well. Abhi to I'm not feeling in mood. Okay, this actually applies for everything, not only for doing yoga practice. It applies for our studies also. Number of things. So finally, last moment we run here and there. But I will talk more about avirati, bhranti darshana, alabdha bhumi tattva, anavasti tattva, and these create mental disturbances. Again, this will manifest in the form of dukh, है ना. We will fall, अरे ये मेरे साथ ही क्यों होता है, why this happens to me. Lot of us here, we always have a negative state of mind. How much ever we are getting, we will always feel sad only. Anga mein jatva, there are instabilities, sometimes here, sometimes where, we will not be able to sit in even sukhasana for 15 to 20 minutes for doing some simple nadi shodhana. Shwasa prashwasa, disturbances in breathing. This again conflicts, which I relate a lot to our problems today, that parinama tapa samskara triad, which Maharishi Patanjali explained so well, and guna vritti virodh. diet. So what is parinama tapa samskara? So we are not able to adjust to our environment. So if it is very hot, oh my god, why AC is not there? If it is very cold, oh my god, why blanket is not there? So we are going down on that adjustment scale. Then tapa, that problems with others, samskara, that those things which are constantly moving in our mind and they are giving rise. So if we, I will not go into, because if I start explaining this, it will take 1 hour again, because it will go into the whole karma theory of Maharishi Patanjali. Then there are gunavritti virod. This is very important to understand, because many times we start behaving in a way which we are not. We try to become persons which we are not, and this gives rise to conflicts, and these conflicts will take us to chitta vikshepas, kleshas, vrittis, and number of psychological issues which will ultimately manifest in the body. So we know that Adi and Vyadi concept, that if there is problem at the mental level, it will slowly seep into the pranamaya kosha, it at the psychophysiological level, you can say, and then slowly it will start manifesting in some kind of changes in your normal physiology, and ultimately, if it is not dealt with timely, it will establish itself as a vyadi in your vulnerable organs. Now, if we go on to therapy, we have talked a lot about causes and all. Now we should move to therapy part. So, yoga has to be is so relevant now, and yoga has to be established. As I am saying, you have to take it as a way of life, even in thinking and eating and everything, because it offers a holistic approach. It works on the whole of the panchakoshas. It will, if timely, if you start earlier in your life, it will prevent a lot of diseases. And if you have unfortunately encountered a health issue, it will also offer a cure. And if you are cured, it will take you to rehabilitation, so that you are now well adjusted again in your normal life, and you are now able to again maintain a holistic way of life, which yoga teaches us. Why yoga has to be incorporated? Because it will provide us all those things which a number of pathies together cannot provide us. For example, you need not go to a value inculcation class separately, so because yamas and niyamas teach you to be full of values and follow values at every part of life. And if you are reading Maharishi Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, you will also see that Maharishi Patanjali has right away told their benefits also. For example, Santoshat Anuttam Sukhalabha Ahimsa Pratisthayam Tat Sannido Vairagyaga. So if Tat Sannido Vairagyaga is there, will not be your relations cordial with your family members, your friends, and other persons in the society. Okay, if you are following asteya, okay, will not be you mentally peaceful, that I have not done anything wrong. If you are following a proper way of life, you will be at peace and at ease with yourself. Okay, it offers psychosomatic health. Why? Because if you do follow yogic asanas and diet, so it will automatically bring physical health. Okay, if asanas bring about the physical health, like by circulatory metabolic changes, and they now it is like being established through epigenetics, that it goes on to the level of genes and bring about positive changes there. Endorphins are released, we all know, and they bring general sense of well-being, which is very well recorded in number of scientific studies nowadays. Then if you go for chantings, meditation, now it is very fashionable to talk about the neurotransmitters also, and it is very true also that serotonin, GABA, okay, these kind of neurotransmitters are released, which make us mentally sound, okay, and even emotional well-being through the limbic system. If you have read about bhakti yoga, you can know that emotional well-being is brought about the simple bhakti yoga, or even Ishwar Pranidhan. Now if you move on to the Annamaya Kosha, we know Shat Kriya. So many people ask me, for reproductive system, for good reproductive health, which asanas I should practice, which kriyas I should practice. I say you have to practice everything. Okay, if you can make a a repeated kind of yoga chart for you, where you are able to practice everything. For example, you can practice Neti once in a week, Tratak once in a a week or twice in a week, 30 once in a week or 15 days, as it has been said in Hat Pradipika that according to the requirements, you should incorporate these Shat Kriyas in your life. Kapalbhati, it is very important because it right away starts working from the level of the brain to the level of the abdomen, and in the path it goes on toning and improving the health of every organ. Then if go for yogasanas, so they tone up the reproductive organs, they improve circulation. Then when you perform a group of asanas, like complementary set of asanas and all, so what you are doing basically, you are exercising each and every part. So once you are addressing to particular front of the body, then you will go for back of the body, then you will go for side of the body. So this will exercise each and every part of the body, and side by side, when you are stretching your muscles, when you are massaging your organs at the same time, the effect is going on inside your brain also, in terms of endorphin secretions, in parasympathetic dominance, melatonin regulation, thyroid regulation, which is related to the reproductive and menstrual health. Insulin resistance is decreased, body fat is reduced, and automatically, if the body fat is reduced, self-esteem automatically goes up. In many people, body shape is the reason for body shaming also, and that takes them to depression a number of times. And also you will see many eating disorders in these females. Now the yogic diet, as we know, it is mainly based on, as I said earlier, that you have to follow sattvic diet and moderation, that is mitahara. The mitahara, automatically you can relate it to calorie restriction. So if you are eating in moderation, your weight will not increase. Okay, so what is mitahara? So you know already maybe that half of the stomach should be filled with the food, 1/4 for water, and 1/4 should be left for the movement of the food or for air. So and offering it to the gods, that mental attitude automatically sets in us. So when you are offering the food to God and then you are eating, automatically it will go positively. So it will not become very chamkila, and like it will not start shining at all, but your mental attitude will become like that, that you will be able to eat that food with a proper mood. And if at all your mood was off when you before eating the food, if you are offering the food to God, automatically mood improves. So that's why it is very important to follow the yogic diet. So in this I will more focus on the moderation, that is mitahara, and mindful eating. You just see what you're eating, and you can change diet from time to time according to your needs, according to your nutritional requirements, according to your even psychological requirements. So sometimes I tell patients ki, okay, go and eat some rice because you are depressed, because it will improve your serotonin levels, and you can once in a while you can feast yourself. Sattvic food is not tasty food, unhealthy food, or not untasty food. It should be tasty also. You should be able to enjoy the food also. So cook variety of items and eat. Then one more, like what should be avoided, so you have to remove the inflammatory foods which are refined and processed foods and all, so cold drinks and all, fermented foods, probiotics extract can be taken, because it is a case of reproductive system. So we can also include more of phytoestrogens, which are available very richly in the sprouts. A number of research papers are available on this. If you want to read, just search it for phytoestrogens in sprouts. And many other nutrients which are present in the sprouts can easily, so you can make sprouts a very healthy sattvic food, a part of your diet. It need not be, it doesn't require even a lot of cooking and all those things. It saves a lot of time also, and it can be used in a variety of ways. With my experience, I'm saying this. Like you have to consume more of antioxidant food, so make it a habit of eating some fruits, nuts, and vegetables in your diet. So for example, in my home they do not eat nuts and all like that, so I made it a practice to keep prasadam in front of God in the form of almonds. So everybody comes to come eats 2 almonds a day, so that way it goes in their body. So that's how you can just adopt some ways of eating in your life. Then then again, antioxidant rich diet should be taken. Then this timing of the diet is very important. Why? Because our body follows a certain pattern of activity. You know, our metabolic activity is high at a particular time because samana vayu is activated that time. So it is very good to eat your main meal between 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. I was reading in some articles that girls with PCOS and all, they should eat a very heavy breakfast. So why not make that heavy breakfast as a main meal of your day, you know, between 10 to 1 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. where metabolism is high. Then you can reduce carbohydrates, increase fibers, refined carbohydrates and all you should reduce. Then trans fat should be avoided, omega-3 fatty acids can be increased. Animal protein should be replaced with the plant-based proteins, because we know now that these animal like poultry products and all, they are loaded with the artificial hormones that somehow affect our body. So I had seen cases where like ladies who are working, whose husbands are living in the poultry farms and all, working there, they were more prone to multiple births and still births also, because there were multiple, they were still also. Then pranayama, if we talk about, so which pranayama is very good for reproductive system? Okay, I would say every pranayama is good for reproductive system, because every pranayama. So you can just what I was saying, you can 2 days you can make a yoga chart and then you can practice. Then Ujjayi pranayama, for example, it is good for thyroid, bhastikar, abdominal fat reduce. It will be reducing abdominal fat. Then Nadi Shodhana will bring homeostasis by ANS balance, and Bhramari will relax and heal. So meditation, Maharishi Patanjali has said that yathabhimat dhyanadva, matlab whichever meditation you like, that you have to choose to have a sound HP-HPO axis. Then for parasympathetic shift, in the previous presentation we knew we studied about alpha, beta, all these waves. So we know that alpha wave activity increases, which indicates relaxation. So there are number of meditations available. If you just go on or maybe you can take consultation from a yoga guru, which meditation is suitable for me. So, or you can just give a trial method. So whichever is more comfortable, you can go for that. So this will help not only in having a peaceful state of mind, but also developing a relaxation response. So if you just go on practicing, so it will become a kind of habit, and this relaxation response will help you to manage with, cope up with the stress in some adverse situations. For the stress does not ring a call bell before coming sometimes. So you will be able to cope up with that if you are able to cultivate this kind of relaxation response. So lifestyle counseling is very important, like in terms of what eatings should be done, what diet should be taken, how you have to live. So dincharya and ratricharya are very much in tune with the circadian rhythm. If you follow that, and if you follow those niyamas in your life, then the life will become a lot of, burden will reduce psychologically and physiologically. Then yamas and niyamas should be followed. Then you should, as I said, it should start at the level of the mind. So you have to keep on watching your vichar also, and when a negative kind of thinking is sets in, immediately just try to replace it with the positive emotions like Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, Upeksha. And this, believe me, it will work wonders in your life. If you just follow these 4 words in your life, that it will be very helpful. Time management is very important, because it will reduce half of the stress. Half of the stress is because we are not able to finish our things on the time. So that you have to do. And for this, we can make a to-do list. Need not be sitting always with a pen and paper. You can just mentally make a list and do things in that order. And minimalism, do not try to hoard things, less tension. This is a very common experience. Also, you ask, if there are students, you ask mothers also, they will say, oh, if there are more things in the house, no, they are more stressed, because where to keep. Even just take an example of the refrigerator. If there are more things in the refrigerator, it is very tension to how to set things in. A lot of time and energy goes in that. Then emotional balance can be kept in all spheres just with the simple practices of yoga. This slide I'm leaving. And counseling should be done at the Anandmay Kosha level also. Just try to learn to not expect rewards for whatever you do. So if you're doing something, let God decide, because many people will say, oh, you are talking so spiritually and all, it is very difficult to think like that. I know it is difficult, but just try it for a few times, and you will automatically feel that change in your mind, and even naturally mind will always reflect in your body. So try to do actions with no expectations. Try to just surrender to God, that okay, God will look after us. I am his child, her child, whoever God you're believing in. So you will find peace within, and you maintain cordial relations with all. So just do not compare, oh, what they are doing, what I am doing, and they should do like what I am thinking. So just it's not possible to mend everybody. But it is possible to change yourself bit by bit, and that comes with the abhyasa that I'll come in the last slide. So now, how to plan a yoga session? So this is very important to understand that what kind of things we are taking. Like say, oh ma'am, you told so many things, but what to do? So just start with a simple Surya Namaskara. If you see the postures of Surya Namaskara, you will see it includes every kind of movement. Okay, forward bending, backward bending, inversions also, which is very good for pituitary, thyroid gland and all. So if you just start with some round Surya Namaskara and add some static asanas. I always say that I like static asanas more than dynamic asanas, because they work on the deeper aspects of the body. So if you are going for dynamic asanas, after some time, after you have enough practice in those asanas, switch to static asanas also, or distribute your yoga session in such a way that there are some dynamic asanas in the beginning, so that your body gets used to it, or the circulatory changes are set in, and then go for some static asanas where you are focusing your awareness on the your body parts, particular body parts. I'm not just telling about the reproductive organs. You can go for other parts also, wherever you are, even, or problematic parts. If you have back pain, you can focus your awareness on the back pain, so it will work a lot. So always you have to remember that you have to do. So for example, you say, oh ma'am, you told that you do yoga, I did for 5 days and nothing happened. So it is just not the matter of 5 days, because you have worked years after years to accumulate those lifestyle related faults and mental issues in your body and mind. So how it will go in 5 days? So you have to practice it, and you have to practice it with a welcoming attitude. So Maharishi Patanjali says, Satu Dirghakala Narantare Satkara Sevito Drid Bhumi. That means you have to practice it for a longer time. You have to practice this regularly, not ki 2 days you did and after that 5 days you did not do. And Satkara Sevito with a positive attitude. Oh no, I have to do yoga and I cannot do and all. Not like this. Okay, I have to do yoga because I need to do it, and this is good for my health. And when I am healthy, my family will be healthy. So every woman has to think in this way. So abhyas, till it becomes bhavna, that comes in a practice, comes in your behavior, in your body, and with positive attitude and faith. So this is how you have to incorporate yoga as a way of life in your life for a healthy yourself, and then through you a healthy family. So thank you so much. This was all. It's the last session of the day, so I did it a bit faster. If there are any questions, we are welcome to that.
Thank you, ma'am. Right now, no questions. We'll be moving ahead. It's rightly said, to be a powerful woman, you don't have to be aggressive or forceful. Like a tree, you have to find your roots, and then you can bend in the wind. And this can be definitely attained or accomplished with the help of yoga. Ma'am, you beautifully explained how yoga treats body, mind as a whole, and how it actually balances the panch koshas, thereby improving the health of a woman, achieving the best of the health. Thank you, ma'am, for your invaluable time and incredible session.
Thank you.
Now we are at the end of our technical session, day 5, ICHW 2021. With such knowledgeable tokens of the day, here we come to an end. Quoting Lord Krishna's words, do everything you have to, but neither with greed nor with ego, neither with lust nor with envy, but with love, compassion, humility, and devotion. That was all for the day. Thank you for such a being lovely audience. Hoping to meet you all tomorrow with a fresh energy and happy smiles. Till then, good night. Take care. Be safe. Be healthy. We'll meet tomorrow.